Welcome to the Fantasy Football Garage. I'm Chris. My friends call me the Candy Man, and you already know what time it is. Tonight, we're drafting best ball teams and doing a Q&A with the chat, talking everything week 4. We've been talking week 4. Seems like forever, but it's been all week long. I've gone live with Hartman, with Who Hames, with Bruni, and with Andrew Robb on the Fanspeak networks. We've done a ton of shows this week. We're ready for the week 4 slates. We got the main slates. We've got the primetime slates. And I think tonight I'm going to be drafting some of the primetime palooza on Underdog. It's a 3-game slate, starting with the Sunday night game. Of course, we have the Dallas Green Bay matchup. And then there's a doubleheader on Monday night where we have the Jets and the Dolphins, followed by the Bengals and the Broncos. So some exciting games to look forward to. The week 4 main slate also has a lot of great games to get into. So we're going to jump right into some data, jump into some questions from the chat, and have a little fun tonight. Stream some Underdog live drafts as well. If you're new to the channel, if you're watching this later in the future, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you hit like on the stream. And if you are watching this later, leave me a comment below with any of your week 4 questions, and I'll get to it before kickoff tomorrow. But yeah, without further ado, let's hit the intro and get right into everything week 4. But overall, it's like the guy can ball. Like, actions speak louder than words. What's going on? We got Jesse. We got Who Hames disbanded. Putt Daddy in that. Appreciate y'all being here. Happy Saturday, everyone. Hope you guys are having a great Saturday night. Feeling pretty good. Watching some college football. Speaking of, I got to check the score of the Bama game. It was still pretty close. The Georgia-Alabama game. Let me pull that up right now. I had it on in the other room, and then I put the kids down to bed. Yeah, they're in the third quarter. Bama leading 24-14. Some exciting stuff. There's also the big Oregon Penn State game. It's 10-3 at the end of the third. Very low scoring defensive matchup. Surprisingly, Oregon versus Penn State. Penn State not looking so good on their whiteout night. Get the college game day and all of that going on. But we're here to talk about week 4 of the NFL. We're here to draft some teams and answer some chat questions. We also got Nino in the chat. We got Nathan here. What's up, fellas? Hope you guys are having a great Saturday night. Let's jump to the top of the queue and get right into these questions. I think I want to do a little bit. Let me hit a different background. Let me go with, that seems fine. That's too small. That works. This is perfect. Okay. We're going to tackle some questions, jump into some data on the primetime slates, and draft some teams. And pretty much talk anything. I mean, we can talk ball, talk week 4, weekend plans. Anybody on vacation touching sand right now? Touching some grass? Swinging some clubs, getting out there. It's a Ryder Cup weekend in New York on Long Island, I think. Where they're playing for Bethpage Black, and the U.S. team needs some help. So let's get some good vibes going for Team USA. Jesse B, what's up, brother? Says in a 12-man. Oh, also, if you guys don't already know, in this community, in the Fantasy Football Garage, anytime someone in the chat asks a question, whether it's tonight on a Q&A stream, whether it's during a live draft, anything, as a member of the inner circle, which is what we call ourselves here in the Fantasy Football Garage, you have a duty to answer and give your opinion and give your thoughts. If you're out in the chat, if you're typing, if you're here, if anyone asks a question, give us your responses and your opinions, because we're all trying to get here. We're all trying to learn here and get better every day. And honestly, I'm right just as much as I'm wrong. So I need everyone in the chat to also let us know what you're feeling, and then we'll get a little bit of a consensus. But let's jump right to this question without further ado. Also, we have a goal on the channel to hit 1,000 subscribers by the start of the 2026 NFL season. I think we can get there, actually, which sounds crazy, but that's my goal for the next, I don't know, what is that, 11 months of streaming. So if you're watching this and you're not subscribed, come subscribe, come say what up in the chat, get in here, ask some questions, let's have some fun. We also have memberships with exclusive benefits for members who are premium subscribers to the channel. A lot more to come on that front, but I'm excited to roll that out too in the last month. Without further ado, Jesse says a 12-man PPR. He's 1-2, so he needs a little bit of help, right? He's got Pollard, Swift, Bill, Monty. Okay. That's not, we can work with that. You got 4 kind of middle tier guys, but I like Monty. Got Chase, who's taking a hit without Joe Burrow, right? JSN, Quentin Johnston. So you got 2 nice ones there. And then Golden, who are looking to break out this week against the Cowboys. The worst, the best matchup for offenses, the Cowboys, one of the worst defenses. They're giving up 31 points per game. They're giving up 288 passing yards per game, 7 passing touchdowns through 3 games. So this is a matchup to take advantage of. Kelsey had Burrow too for the Chase duo. Man, that hurts. I see why you need some help. Trade offer was you give up Chase and Pollard to get Brian Thomas Jr., Kittle, Jordan Mason. I'm torn. I'm in. Give me Brian Thomas Jr. Give me Jordan Mason. Kittle, anyone have a timeline on Kittle? I think Kittle should be back in a couple weeks, right? And I want Kittle over Kelsey eventually. I want Brian Thomas Jr. pretty tied with Chase right now. They're both underwhelming, but at least the quarterback situation, I mean, honestly, Trevor Lawrence looked terrible, but Jordan Mason is the guy I want in this trade. I'm big in on Jordan Mason, very bullish, even with Aaron Jones coming back in the near future, maybe 2 to 3 weeks. There's the re-injury risk, but above all, Jordan Mason is going to take over this job. And we're going to see it tomorrow in Dublin, Ireland. We're going to see Jordan Mason just wrecking shop against this Pittsburgh defense that gives up a ton. So I think my first take on that, I might do it. Yo, what up, Who Hames? My man. Like I said, disbanded here. And then another trade offer for Jesse B got would be Chase for London and Kyron. So considering you have both of those offers, I'm kind of torn too, because I don't mind getting London and Kyron for Chase. I think that's actually a pretty good, just 1 for 2 trade that would be good for you. I think I might slightly into that trade. I'm still holding out hope for London. He's top 10 in the league in targets right now. And I think the Falcons have had a tough matchup against Minnesota that made them look really bad. And so people are kind of out on them. I have faith in Michael Penix Jr. being able to chunk the ball. So how we doing, Putt Daddy? Team USA not looking so good. We need some help. We need some good vibes, brother. Yeah, Who Hams, I saw that second quarter had closed. Insanity. Well, maybe they'll be dropping the third quarter soon. Nathan Boyd, what's up, my man? Hope you're having a great Saturday night. Hey, would you make this trade in half PPR? I give up Amon-Ra St. Brown, Genty, and Ferguson. Okay, I don't like the way this is sounding just off the bat. I love Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's one of my top 5 wide receivers rest of season. Genty, I still like, but, they're not using him enough, and their offensive line sucks for the Raiders. Ferguson, dude had like 23 targets and like 20 receptions or something crazy in the last 2 games. So like with CeeDee Lamb out, Ferguson's going to eat. You have McBride though, but so I guess, but you get JSN and Achane. So that's actually very interesting. To me, I want St. Brown over Achane, over JSN. That's tough, though. That's tough. I think it's pretty close, depending on what your team need is. If you feel like you can replace Amon-Ra with JSN and be good there, I don't think you can, though. I don't see the Seahawks scoring as much as the I don't see them scoring as much as the Lions. I don't think the Seahawks offensive line is as good as it could be to allow them to score like the amount of points the Lions are putting up. So I think I would just try to do something different and get rid of Ferguson another way if you're so set on McBride. But I don't want to give up Amon-Ra St. Brown, even though the JSN Achane, that does seem like it's pretty close because some people are really high on Achane and they might just take Achane over Amon-Ra St. Brown straight up. So I could see both ways, I guess. Let me know in the chat. What do you guys think about this one? I think it's pretty close. Pena, what's up, brother? What's going on? I've been chilling, watching a little bit of college football, watching some Ryder Cup, and just hanging out Saturday. Hang with the family. It's all good. Some data. The U.S. Ryder Cup team can't putt worth a damn. True. We need some guys to start holing out. We need Scotty Scheffler to step up. I mean, come on, man. Cam Young is a stud, but everyone else, I don't know. These Euros came to play. Nino says it's full PPR, big play bonus league. Okay, I got one of those. So I'm in a best ball dynasty league it's full PPR and big play bonus. So I'm familiar with the settings. Start one, Alec Ayomanor. I'm gonna assume that's Mark Andrews, right? Stephon Diggs and Isaiah Pacheco. Give for a flex. This is a little bit ballsy, but give me Alec Ayomanor because I think he is that contested catch, big play, waiting to happen guy. 50-50 ball turn into an 80-20 ball is what they've been trying to use him as, the official alpha receiver in this Titans offense, the X. The problem is Cam Ward's not looking so good. It's a slow start. Titans aren't doing a whole lot. They're going up this week against the Texans defense that's one of the best in the league. So I still think I don't know. Actually, that's kind of tough because the Texans are notorious for not giving up big plays as well. So in a vacuum, I'm thinking Alec, but based on these matchups, let me pull this up. Based on the matchups for this week, Houston at home, yikes. Let's do avoid Tennessee. I don't think you're gonna get burned by sitting out Alec in a week like this. Andrews, who's gonna be going up against the Chiefs. We've seen the data. Bruni and Andrew Rob and I were talking about this Wednesday night on a stream on the FanSpeak Network. The Chiefs have never given up a touchdown to Mark Andrews in any of their previous matchups, and they've really held him to nothing. They pretty much totally scheme him out. So I'm not going to start Andrews. Pacheco, I think, is interesting because we just saw how bad this Baltimore Ravens defense was, especially last week, right? I mean, the Ravens defense looked pathetic against the Lions in a lot of ways. Pretty bad against the Bills, decent against the Browns, but I think Pacheco's interesting. He's just also not had any big plays this season. But then you have Stephon Diggs, who is been really slow to start, and this is kind of a tough spot. I mean, all of these guys it's going to come down to matchup. New England versus Carolina. I don't know that I don't get why the line is New England minus 5.5 against Carolina. I don't really understand that. I think it's actually a closer game than that. I might just want a piece of this Kansas City Baltimore game. And let me look at my data real quick on this matchup. I'm going to pull up my week 4. Let me go ahead and add this to the stage. Boom. And it's super hard to see right now. Get a little overlay action. I'm going to zoom in, and then we can pull up the one game that we're interested in. I think that's a little bit too big, but we'll work with it. We're looking for the Baltimore Ravens versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Just ignore this Washington first column. But so Ravens opponents have put up 32 points per game, 12 touchdowns. So these have been high scoring events. I mean, that's obviously the Bills and the Lions kind of inflating that. Let's go down to what opponents against Baltimore have been doing in the run game and what Kansas City's been doing in the run game. By first downs, I mean actually Buffalo. The Ravens give up a ton of first downs to running backs, and the Chiefs do decently there as well. For their rushing attempts, the Ravens have given up a ton of rushing attempts, way more than the league average, about 78 for this main slate. Over 440, so 447 rushing yards. It's 149 rushing yards per game. That's an insane total. That's so much higher than the average at 113. The Chiefs have been at 108, a little bit below that. But then it's been 7 touchdowns. This is like James Cook. This is Jahmyr Gibbs. This is David Montgomery destroying this Ravens defense. So I don't think Pacheco's in that league, but I actually think this is going to be a good spot for Pacheco to get right. And it sounds crazy, and I know it's a big play in full PPR. I'm kind of leaning Pacheco because of the matchup. So matchup-wise, I'm leaning Pacheco, but I wouldn't hate you for going Alec Eomanor. I just think the Texans is kind of like a bad matchup for that. Hey, yo, the first super chat of the night. Appreciate you. I'm going to get back to everyone's questions, but if you do super chat, you get to jump the line. I don't make the rules. This is what everyone does, and it's kind of fun. So I super appreciate it. Tyler, how we doing tonight, my friend? Let's jump. We just talked about Eomanor, so let's jump right into this one, and then we'll get back in line with everyone else. Okay, so Tyler says Eomanor, Trey Tucker, Romeo Doubs, or Devontae Smith, pick 2. See, I'm going Doubs because the matchup is insane against Dallas. We can pull up the data too. So we'll start there, but first one's Doubs. And also it's fun to have some sweat in the Sunday night game. But we'll get into the data. But I've been looking a lot at this primetime slate, Dallas, Green Bay. You want pieces of Green Bay in this matchup. You want pass catchers. I think Doubs can get it done. We just talked about Eomanor. I'm not going to start Eomanor this week against the Texans. It seems like a bad matchup. Trey Tucker is in a fun spot against the Bears. That's going to be a shootout. So I'm slightly interested there. But at the same time, I can't sit him over Devontae Smith. We need to pull up the Devontae Smith matchup, which is again the Eagles playing at Tampa Bay. I think that's a smash spot from what we've seen against Tampa Bay. I think we can take advantage there, but let's get into the data. Let's do the detailed analysis right here. We're gonna go through all of these options, looking at the data. So let's pull up in the first one. It's gonna be we'll go through it all. Eomanor versus the Texans. Okay, I got it. Boom. So I have Washington right here in the first column, but we'll just keep ignoring them. But we can see, what's going on here. So we want to look at Tennessee and then the Houston opponents to get an idea for what's possible. This is one of the lowest scoring games on the main slate. So this is something to avoid. Both of these teams have been terrible at scoring. Houston scoring 13 points a game, their opponent 17. Tennessee scoring 17 points a game, their opponent's 31. The league average in the main slate's about 23 points a game. So not going to be a spot that we're super interested in. I will say, though, the Texans' opponents have put up 7 touchdowns. That's about average. So not the worst spot. But for Eomanor, let's go to this passing and completions. The Titans are passing for 133 yards per game, well below the 209 average. And the Texans are allowing 200, so right about average. They've only given up 3 touchdowns. This is a big minus matchup against the Texans. So that's for sure something to consider. Let's go now look. We're going to jump ahead to the matchup with the Chicago Bears and the Raiders. So Bears opponents versus Raiders through 3 weeks. The Raiders are only averaging about 18 points a game. The opponents of Chicago average 31 points a game. This is a plus matchup for scoring for the Raiders. We'll go and we'll look at the passing, right? So Bears have allowed about 248 passing yards per game. 248 is exactly what Las Vegas is putting up. So this is going to be good passing environment for Las Vegas. The Bears have allowed 8 passing touchdowns. That's double the league average. The Raiders are in line with 4. So this is a plus matchup, and it could be a shootout, and it's one of the highest scoring games on the slate. I'm interested. So let's bookmark Trey Tucker. I think he's borderline startable. Going back to Romeo Dobbs, I'm going to go to my primetime matchups for the games remaining. And it's the exact same data. It looks a little bit different because I'd put some extra modifiers on it to call some things out because I've been drafting a lot of these primetime slates. But let's look at the versus Dallas and what Green Bay's been doing. So Dallas giving up 31 points a game. That's an insane amount. They've given up 11 touchdowns. That's pretty high. Green Bay, 21 points a game, 7 touchdowns. Passing, we've got, let's jump ahead to that. Dallas giving up 288 yards passing per game and 7 passing touchdowns across their 3 games. The Packers have been averaging 200, but they've been actually having some lower scoring games and running the ball a good amount. So only 5 passing touchdowns, but that's not too bad. Still above average. And the Cowboys are giving up well above average in passing touchdowns. So this is a super plus matchup. And then I forget whose data I was looking at I thought it was Scott Barrett, but I couldn't find it on Twitter. I was looking for it right before the stream. This is expected points adjusted, and it's also matchup adjusted. The Dallas defense is the number 1 matchup for opposing quarterbacks. It's the number 4 matchup in the entire league this week for opposing wide receivers. So that's why I say you have to start Romeo Dobbs. Just you want a piece of this. And if you're already, this indecisive about who to flex, then this is your signal to invest in a game that is the best possible game environment. Devontae Smith. Let's jump back to the main slate data. So we know that the Eagles are playing against the Bucks. Kind of a matchup I think is also very interesting. Could be fun, good for scoring. Here it is. We're going to look at what's Philly doing. We know they're not passing a whole lot, which is why this whole question is brought up. And then the opponents of the Bucks. So opponents of the Bucks are putting up 22 points a game. Partially that's part of, Houston played the Bucks. They didn't do a whole lot. Philadelphia is putting up 26 points a game. That's pretty healthy. Total touchdowns. A lot of these are going to be rushing touchdowns for Philly, right? So passing wise, Philly's putting up 147 passing yards per game and only 3 passing touchdowns. That's pretty weak. Against the Bucks, they're allowing 213, so above average, and 4 passing touchdowns, pretty much in line. Given they played the Texans and the Texans offense has done nothing all season, I think this is not super indicative of how susceptible this Tampa Bay defense is to a passing attack. If we look at the Tampa Bay run defense, they're actually very stout. They're only allowing 84 rushing yards per game, only 2 rushing touchdowns. So that's both of those are well below the league average. And they're stopping teams to about 3.6 per attempt. So I think this is a game where the Eagles might have to lean a little bit pass heavier than they've been all season. And I want to bet on talent. I think Devontae Smith's very talented. So based on talent and matchups, I would say start the 2. I would say Devontae Smith and Romeo Dobbs, but I think it'd be just fine if you started Trey Tucker here over Smith. I mean, if you told yourself that 3 weeks ago, I don't think you could have convinced yourself that for $1 million. But in today's current situation with the Eagles just not throwing a whole lot, the matchups this week, I think that's pretty fair. Great question. Appreciate the super chat, Tyler Sperry. Thanks, man. Let's jump back. We'd finished with Nathan's question, with Nino's question. And then Nino tacked one on. Let's jump into it. And also one more. ETN, DJ Moore, or Pollard start 1. To me, Pollard against the Texans, that's tough. Although he's been getting a lot of work, right? But that's a tough game environment, a low-scoring game. The Texans are big favorites at home. DJ Moore is in a great matchup against the Raiders. I'm interested there. That could be a fun one. ETN with the Jacksonville Jaguars playing at San Francisco. Let me do a quick look at that matchup. So Jacksonville against the San Francisco defense, I'm thinking that's kind of a bad spot to be in for Jacksonville. San Francisco's only given up 16 points a game. They're only giving up 100 rushing yards per game, but that's going to be split between ETN, maybe Tootin a little bit. They've only given up 1 rushing touchdown, so not a lot of space to work with there. And in the passing game, the San Francisco pass defense is very strong, only allowing 162 passing yards per game. ETN gets a lot of work in the passing game as well. So I think because of the matchup, I'm a slight fade on ETN, a slight fade on Pollard, and then the DJ Moore is in the smash spot against the Las Vegas Raiders, who are going to give up a lot. And Chicago's kind of rolling. So let's do that. Let's start DJ Moore, but I wouldn't fault you for going ETN. Nathan says start Scattaboo, Genty, Roy McMillan, or London in half PPR. Well, we've got Scattaboo in kind of a decent game against the Chargers, where the Chargers should have a big lead, and then New York playing from behind. He's also playing with rookie quarterback Jackson Dart for the first time. Not a lot of high hopes for New York in this matchup, so slight avoid there. But Genty, going back to the Bears defense is I think the Bears defense, I'm looking at it now, they're a plus matchup for sure. They've given up 139 rushing yards per game, 3 rushing touchdowns, 5.5 yards per rush attempt. So I'm leaning Genty because of the matchup and against the Bears. T-Mac was a little bit banged up going into this week. The Panthers play against New England. I don't know if I think of New England as a plus matchup for passing defense. I know. I guess I do. That's what I've been hearing. Even with Christian Gonzalez playing, I'm hearing they're still kind of a target to go against. So, like for New England, they are giving up 256 passing yards per game. That's well above league average. They're giving up 5 passing touchdowns. So, good spot for Genty. Good spot for T-Mac. We're between those two. And then the Falcons are looking to get right in a game against the Washington Commanders where Jaden Daniels is not playing. So let me think. Against Washington, it's an okay matchup. And I think London is the most talented. Maybe you could say London or Genty. This is a tough one. I think if you're afraid of how bad the Falcons have been, Washington can be an okay matchup for them. But, I mean, we need Michael Penix to throw, and he's got 1 passing touchdown through 3 weeks. So let me give a slight lean to Genty, then T-Mac, then London, then Scattaboo. But I think it's close. This is a good question. It's very tough. Adrian Peterson back again. What's up, brother? Breece Hall versus Miami. Yes, you want that. Hampton versus New York Giants. Yes, you got to have him. Scattaboo versus the Chargers. We just talked about that one. I think the first 2 are better. Dobbins versus Cincinnati is nice. Devontae Smith versus Tampa, start 2 in the flex. I think you asked this on Wednesday night too, or maybe it was Tuesday night, but I still feel really strongly with Breece Hall and Hampton. And then it's a close third for Dobbins. What's up, D. Smitty? How we doing, my friend? Start 2 wide receiver Nico Collins against Tennessee. DK Metcalf against the Minnesota Vikings. Actually not a terrible spot for DK Metcalf. So that's kind of an interesting one for that Dublin, Ireland slate early tomorrow morning. Jennings a bit banged up, so I'm not going to trust Jennings here. And Turpin is a bridge too far. So starting 2, easy, Nico and DK, no problem. And you get points for all return yards, 1 point per 10 yards. Okay. That's interesting. I don't have good data on return yards for like Turpin, but I know he's the returner, right? Punt returns. So that's pretty insane. You might have to do some side math there and calculate how much Turpin's worth. I mean, you can probably tell me in your scoring settings more than I can tell you, but if that puts Turpin over the edge, I would go Nico and Turpin. Miles Westfield, what's up? What's up? How we doing, brother? Happy Saturday. Can you explain the decision to start the indoor sunglasses? Yeah, it's super easy. First off, they're very cool. They make me look good. They make me look cool. And second off, these are meta glasses. So I've got augmented reality all in front of me. So I'm actually just visualizing all the data at one time right in front of me. So easy decision to wear the sunglasses inside, especially at night. Brees Hall or Chase Brown? Yeah, Brees Hall all day long. The Dolphins are a super plus matchup for running backs. And I think the Jets are going to have to lean on the run game. They haven't been passing so well. So I'm definitely interested in Brees this week. Chase Brown in a negative matchup against the Broncos defense is pretty stingy, and he's just not been showing out. And they got Jake Browning as their quarterback. I mean, things are not looking good for the Bengals right now. What's up, Dashim? How we doing, brother? Yeah, we got CeeDee Lamb and Terry McLaurin down. This is a tough week. Got Mooney Sutton and Keon Coleman. Who do we think is the start? 1 second, please. I almost threw it to a video, but I mean, the video is only going to last 30 seconds if I ran a clip. And my daughter woke up. My 3-year-old woke up. So that's what happens. Daddy duty, you know, calls. Where were we? Yeah, Brees Hall for sure this week. Okay, got Mooney. Dashin was saying he's got Mooney, Sutton, Keon Coleman. Who we think is the start? I mean, if you only have to start one, I'll rank them all. But if you only have to start one, I think Sutton is a good play against the Bengals defense. Has given up a lot, and it's a primetime game, so you get the last game of the week. I like Mooney as the number 2, which sounds kind of crazy, But Mooney got 11 targets last week. The dude is getting better every week. He's a big part of their offense. A lot of good coach speak from the Falcons. You know, we've heard all offseason Raheem Morris, the head coach, talking up Darnell Mooney. And the goal is to get him very involved. And they want to get him going. He's explosive. They're excited about him. And then offensive coordinator Zach Robinson also said Darnell Mooney is basically still in his ramp-up period. He's getting his legs back. I have no doubt that he'll get this thing rolling. So they're pretty optimistic about him. Keon Coleman at the same time, I think, is a solid play. The Bills against the Saints, a pretty good environment for scoring. So I think it's like a tie between Mooney and Coleman. I'll give a slight nod to Mooney. I think Sutton's the clear if you only have to start one of them, though. Henderson or Montgomery in the flex, that's really tough. That's actually really tough because I think this matchup against the Cleveland Browns is a big, big negative matchup for the Cleveland for the Lions running backs. At the same time, Lions, one of the highest scoring offenses, putting up a ton of points. Montgomery just had a smash week, against the Ravens. But this Browns defense is totally different, right? So New England against Carolina, New England's actually favored. And I don't know why they're favored by 5.5. It seems a little bit much to me, but my gut says start Montgomery. I just know it's like a big negative matchup. So if I look at some more data, Cleveland opponents, and we'll focus in on that because we know the Lions are good. Cleveland's only allowing 2.3 rush yards per attempt, 57 rushing yards per game. So literally the lowest in the league and 1 rushing touchdown. So a super avoid Cleveland defense if you have running backs. So I think I have to lean Henderson because we just saw Ramondre fumble. We saw Antonio Gibson fumble. I mean, Ramondre fumbled twice. The Carolina defense, let's look at their run defense. They're giving up 138 yards per game and 5.4 yards per carry, literally 3 times as much as the Cleveland Browns. So this, I've convinced myself we have to start Henderson here. Montgomery's kind of touchdown or bust because it's going to be a tough going for anyone against this Browns elite run defense. Yeah, Mandrews is Schrodinger's tight end. Did he score the touchdown? He's either a 0 or 100, right? It's either he didn't score the touchdowns, he does nothing, or he puts up touchdowns and is the tight end 1. I 100% agree with this. Thanks again for the super chat, Tyler Sperry. Appreciate it, my man. Super chats, always appreciated, never required, but helps out a ton with the channel. Just, we're all about having fun here, all about getting better for fantasy football and having some fun and being part of the community. So that's what we've been doing all summer long, and super appreciate the super chat. Yeah, Monty is safer on offers, higher floor. Henderson offers higher floor. Henderson has higher upside, takes over the backfield week to week and rest work. Yeah. That's a good take. Mark isn't buying the Panthers late game comeback routing of the Falcons. I know. I guess they're not really, right? And then this is also true. Yeah. Miles had some really solid takes here. Yeah. I don't know. I've seen Kareem Hunt getting a lot of work. Kareem Hunt getting work in on certain drives, third down roll, a little bit, even some goal line stuff. So that's kind of tough. But yeah, I mean, that's picking one of the guys earlier between those is tough. What's up, Jacob? How we doing, brother? Hope you're having a great Saturday night. Chris Olave or Chase Brown PPR? Give me Olave, the guy who leads the league right now in targets. They're in a good spot, a decent spot against the Bills. Should be kind of like a shootout. Maybe it's they're always going to be playing from behind against the Bills, you would assume. So, and if they're winning, it's probably because Olave got them ahead early. But I want Olave in this. I'm a little bit skeptical of Chase Brown right now, especially in a negative matchup against the Denver Broncos. Trey Tucker has gotten a lot of really, really good coach speak. They have liked him. He's always on the field. He's holding down the role right now, getting way more playing time than Dante Thornton, who's kind of our offseason summer rookie darling. He's getting way more hype and talk and way more playtime than Jack Besh, another rookie who we thought might take over his job. So Trey Tucker seems pretty safe. Jacoby Myers is the guy you want in this offense. I mean, obviously Brock Bowers, right? Brock Bowers, I'm talking about and Jacoby Myers. But is Trey Tucker the 3, and is that actually worth something with Geno Smith as your quarterback? I think it kind of is. It's just going to be tough to know when to start him because I don't know how high his floor is going to be on a weekly basis. But we've seen the ceiling. We're believers now. I mean, that was very Jawan Jennings-esque. I think it was Jawan Jennings in week 4 last year. We saw Trey Tucker in week 3 this year. Incredible. 3 touchdown games. What's up, the 3 Walketeers? How we doing, brother? Sit one. Slick Ricky Pearsall. We got Jalen Waddle, Genty, and DK Metcalf. I want Pearsall in my lineup. I want Waddle in my lineup for kind of a plus matchup. This is tough. I'm going to lean Genty over DK. The Vikings are a good defense. They do give up a decent amount in the passing game. There's some room there. Aaron Rodgers has been chunking the ball. He's put up some touchdowns. So, but it's an early game. It's in Ireland. It's a weird scenario. Everyone's a road team. I'm going to do a slight lean to Genty over DK just because I kind of believe in the talent and the game environment against the Bears being maybe higher scoring than what's going on with the Vikings and the Steelers in Dublin, Ireland. So give me those first 3: Pearsall, Waddle, Genty. Putt Daddy, what's up, brother? Lost Burrow, had to pick up Dart. Dart or Stroud? Yikes. I'm banging my head thinking about it. Yeah, that's crazy. Crazy that your waiver wire is that thin. Even in my Superflex league, my home league, 10-team Superflex league, my waiver wire right now is like Flacco, Rattler. Who else would be there? Cam Ward. Maybe one other. Wentz is probably available. Wentz is available. Actually, no. Wentz got picked up. But anyways, either way, go with Dart. Go with Dart. Let's see what he's got. So we haven't seen anything out of Stroud yet. Nothing for fantasy out of Stroud. It sucks. Tough. Infinite Noah, how we doing, my friend? Egbuka or DJ Moore? Ooh. That is actually really interesting. I'm gonna go Egbuka, but the environment the Bears are in against the Raiders is also going to be pretty nice. We've seen Caleb Williams lighten everyone up, so that's a close one. I'm going to do a slight lean to Egbuka, especially with Mike Evans out. Even if Godwin's back, he's not going to play a full complement of snaps. Kind of one of my pieces of advice. I have Godwin in my home league. I have Godwin in my oldest Dynasty league. I have Godwin. Those 2 places. And I'm not starting him this week. I'm going to bench him. I'm going to keep him on the bench one more week, just see what it looks like, how many snaps he actually plays. I think he's going to be on kind of a snap count, and I think it could be a slow start. So he's going to ramp up. A lot of the injury reporting I saw thought that he would be like arriving around 90% of his last year's production or kind of his baseline by like week 6 or 8 if he'd been playing a few weeks before that. So that's what we're going to be kind of getting into. I think this could be a slow week for him. Could be wrong. I mean, Mike Evans out. They might just need him. But it doesn't seem like he's been so active. I know he's been practicing. I haven't seen any like footage of him practicing, so I don't know how healthy he is. I mean, assuming he's playing, he's healthy, but I think it's tough for Godwin this week. So give me some Egbuka. Let's keep that touchdown luck going. Baker Mayfield's a dog, and but DJ Moore. I mean, I don't think he's gotten the touchdowns yet, but he's kind of also a little bit undervalued right now. What's up, Frizz Ill? Who's a better stash, Kyle Monangai or Rico Dowdle? You know, I haven't seen any updates today. Chuba Hubbard, he's for sure playing, right? As long as Chuba Hubbard is in the lineup, I thought I saw he was questionable. I could pull this up. Let me go ahead and pull this up. I was gonna bring it up on Roto World, but I got ad blocked. That's weird. I don't know. I haven't seen the status update on Chuba Hubbard. I'm assuming he's in. But the question is more about stash. Kyle Monangai or Rico Dowdle? My brain says Dowdle. We've seen him rush for 1,000 yards. We saw him put up 1,300 all-purpose yards last season. He's actually good. Carolina Panthers like him. They want to use him. But Chuba Hubbard really holds down a lot of the snaps and a big part of that role when he's healthy. So if it's a stash contingent upside play, and Swift kind of does the same thing too, but people are worried that Swift is like not actually good. I think it's Rico Dowdle, but I also like Monangai. But I think it's Dowdle. Just we have a sure thing there. We might be surprised that maybe Monangai comes on later in the season and he kind of breaks out, has his second season breakout. That'd be interesting. Yeah, Turpin does punt and kick. That might be enough to put him over the edge. How often do we think we're going to do some side math on this? Because, like, how often do we think the Cowboys are going to be returning punts and kicks? Well, they shouldn't be returning a whole lot of punts. The Green Bay offense is decent, right? So let's do a slight under on their normal amount of punts they return. As far as kicks, they might be returning some kicks because we expect Green Bay to score on this Dallas defense. So that might just be enough to get him over. So I'm going to go Nico and Turpin if that's the case. How are we doing, Jason? Would you trade McCaffrey and Emeka Egbuka for Jamar Chase and Bucky Irving in PPR? I would not. I want Christian McCaffrey in every format I can get him in. I'm not selling McCaffrey. I think he's the top play. And Jamar Chase has lost a ton of value with Joe Burrow out. It's a tough scene. Bucky Irving, I like him a lot too, but nowhere near to what McCaffrey's doing right now. And Emeka Egbuka is also pretty fun. Jonathan Santiago, what's up, my friend? Sit one, Pickens, Tyreek, or Sutton in PPR? I love this question. So these are all primetime games. I've done a ton of research on the primetime slates because later tonight we're going to be drafting some of the primetime paloozas on Underdog. Use code Candyman when you sign up to get the same exact bonus match that everyone gets. Whatever the latest Underdog promotion is, you can get it using anyone's username. But if you put my username in there, Candyman, then I also get a little bonus. So that'd be cool. So sign up with code Candyman on Underdog if you're new. If you don't know what Underdog is, let me know in the chat. And I mean, it's the platform that I draft the most fantasy football teams on and use the most. My favorite platform for best ball drafts, of course. So these are all primetime games. It's actually not a great matchup going against the Green Bay defense for Pickens. It's a pretty negative matchup for him. So that's tough. Tyreek has a big plus matchup against the New York Jets defense. And so I think that's an easy start. And then Sutton actually has a pretty big plus matchup against the Cincinnati Bengals defense. Probably it's an even better plus matchup than the Jets, particularly. So I'm going to go Sutton and Tyreek. But I mean, I love Pickens. It's just not the right matchup for him. And these other guys have big matchups. And these other guys are also the alpha number one targets in their offense. Even though Pickens is kind of getting thrust into more of a role with CeeDee Lamb out. Actually, what we heard from the Cowboys coaches, we had it was Brian Schottenheimer, I think, was their head coach was commenting on. So with CeeDee Lamb out, it's actually these other guys that have to step up and fill in bigger roles. And he's referring to Kevontae Turpin. He's referring to Jalen Tolbert. He's referring to Jake Ferguson. And they said that George Pickens' role is going to stay the same. So I'm sure he'll see more targets because that's just how target share works. He'll get a bigger piece of the pie. But his role's not really going to expand so much. The other guys are going to eat more. I think Pickens is a great play in most weeks. But of those three in these three matchups, give me the other two. What's up, George? How we doing, my friend? Hey, man, need a QB for this week. We got Michael Penix, Mariota or Tua. Easy for me there. Easy. Marcus Mariota all the way. You saw what he did last week. Put up some numbers. Put up 20 fantasy points. One of the best QB starts of the week. And he gets a matchup, this week where I think it's still a fine spot to be in. He's going up against the Atlanta Falcons, who actually have a really decent pass rush, but they give up about just under the league average passing yards. They haven't given up a whole lot of touchdowns. Actually, I was looking at the Falcons offense there. The Falcons defense actually gives up a very low amount of passing yards. And they've given up a few touchdowns. They've given up 3 touchdowns, but they only allow 131 passing yards per game. They destroyed the Vikings, right? So in that kind of spot. And then wait, what was that? Now I'm going back and thinking, what was the spot that they had? It was the Vikings got destroyed by the Falcons. That's the exact one I was thinking of. But also Mariota gets it done on the ground. He's scoring rushing touchdowns. He's going to have some rushing yards. That's kind of his floor ability. The Tua matchup against the Jets is not so bad. Michael Penix against Washington, I'd rather have the Marcus Mariota side right now. So I'm starting Marcus Mariota in my home league. I'm starting him in one of my dynasty leagues. I'm going to go with Marcus Mariota here. And then it's Tua is just behind that. Michael Penix is the one I'm skeptical of right now, but I believe in him long term. I just need to see it first. We haven't seen it through the first 3 weeks. George says, appreciate you all being here in the chat. We got Binking in here. We got Noah in here. We got Jonathan, Ivan, Frizz, John, Anthony, Best Ball on Call. What's up, brother? How we doing, my friend? Yeah, I got to watch Penn State and Oregon, of course. We got Hubert in here. Again, how we doing, my friend? And we'll jump right back into George's question. But first, we got another super chat from Tyler Sperry. My man, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So generous. Donations are never required, never expected, but always appreciated. And thanks, man. Hope you're having a great Saturday night. Let's get into this one. We're going to dig deep. We were digging deep on it earlier. Let's go even deeper. So start Devontae Smith, Aoman or Trey Tucker. Cut one to play Dobbs. Ooh. Okay, because we're going deep. Because my suggestion earlier was to go with Devontae Smith and Dobbs, and then obviously like Trey Tucker's a close second. If you really don't want to cut Aoman because you want to stash him, then I would probably start Devontae Smith and Trey Tucker. But I honestly think Dobbs is a better play than Trey Tucker and a better play than Aoman this week. The trick is, for the Packers, it's going to come down to, does Love have 2 passing touchdowns? Does he have 3? Okay, if he has 3, does 1 go to Kraft? Does 1 go to Golden? Do 2 go to Golden? Does Golden have a big breakout? Does Wicks get 1? Dobbs is the leading touchdown scorer from his draft class, where you had Garrett Wilson, all these other guys too in there. Dobbs is a touchdown scorer. He has that connection with Love. We're expecting that. So I think if Love throws 3 touchdowns, Dobbs gets 1 of them. And this Dallas defense is going to give it up. So I think there's 2 ways to look at it, right? Don't cut anyone. Start Devontae Smith. Start Trey Tucker. Let the good times roll. Trey Tucker's in another plus matchup against the Bears. We just saw what he did last week. Let's chase some of that. At the same time, if you're cool with cutting Alec Aoman, it seems like your waiver wire is pretty decent if Romeo Dobbs is available. Some people don't have faith in the Packers. I have a lot of faith in the Packers. I think they're one of the best teams still. You could cut Aoman, pick up Dobbs, and then start Dobbs over Trey Tucker because, they both are going to play a ton of snaps. I just want a piece of the Packers this week against the Cowboys in prime time. I think it's a good spot to be in, a really good spot to be in. I don't know if you heard earlier when I was talking about the matchup for the Packers. They have the best quarterback matchup of the week. So Jordan Love, it gets the 1 out of 32 in terms of quarterback matchups. They have the 4th best wide receiver matchup. So 4 out of 32 there. This is adjusted for strength of schedule and expected fantasy points. And I thought it was Scott Barrett, but I couldn't find it on his Twitter. I need to find where I got this data. I was using it for the Green Bay Dallas game in particular. So that's the only game I have it for right now. But tight end 15, so middle of the pack. So it's not an exceptional matchup for Tucker Kraft, and he's coming off an injury. They need to lean on these wide receivers, Dobbs, Golden, maybe even Wicks. So, and it's the RB9 matchup of the week. So it's a fine matchup for Jacobs. It's not the best matchup, but it's the best matchup for Love, and it's a really good matchup for the receivers. So that's something I'm a pretty big believer in, like game environment, and I think there's something to go off there. We are trying to catch a little bit of luck with Dobbs being the primary recipient of this bonus matchup, but it's going to be him or Golden or both. And, maybe it's Kraft and Golden and we kind of get a bad outcome from Dobbs. I think that's not like the probability. There's so many different paths, right? I'm in the thinking that it's like Jordan Love over under 2.5 passing touchdowns. He could have 2, he could have 3. If he has 2, there's like a 50% chance maybe Dobbs gets one of them or less. If he throws for 3, I think there's like a 75% chance Dobbs gets one of them. And I'm making these numbers up off the top of my head, but that's just, I have a pretty strong feeling about the Packers having passing game success against the Cowboys. And we've seen the Giants go off against the Cowboys, send it to overtime. We saw the Cowboys in week 1 against the Eagles, a little bit of a lower scoring game, and then we saw the Cowboys versus the Bears, and the Bears went off against them, put up a ton of points. So every team the Cowboys have played have put up a good amount of points. But if we just saw Caleb Williams throw for 4 passing touchdown against these Cowboys, can Jordan Love can he get to 3? I think he can. 2 at least, but 3 is pretty good odds. Does Dobbs catch one of those? I think so. Thanks for the question. Thanks for the super chat. And also, welcome in everyone to the Fantasy Football Garage. I'm Chris. My friends call me the Candyman. If you're new to the channel, make sure you're subscribed. Come jump in the chat. Say what up. Ask your live Q&A questions. We're talking everything week 4 tonight, and we're going to draft some primetime slate matchups, some primetime paloozas on Underdog shortly. After we get through some more questions, we'll do some drafts. Slap a like for me on the channel. Help me out. Also, you can vote in the poll. I honestly forgot what I posted for the poll, so it's going to be a mystery when I get back and open YouTube. I'm in StreamYard right now, but when I open YouTube and close the poll in about a minute or two, it'll be interesting to see how we voted and what's going on. I think it was about the Thursday night game matchup, right? But vote in the poll, hit the like, make sure you're subbed. Thanks for being here. And as a general rule, anytime someone in the chat asks a sit, start, or a waiver or a trade question, I encourage y'all to also answer so we get more consensus, more input. And, I'm not the only ball knower here. I get just as much stuff as I get wrong as I get right, but it's a very sharp community. So as a whole, we get a lot of things right. And there's a ton of sharp people in the draft. You saw Anthony from Best Ball on call drop by. He's watching the Penn State game. I don't blame him, but super sharp guy as well. He also does some streams on his channel, some Best Ball drafts, some drafts, talking ball. We got a lot of good college football this weekend. The Longhorns are on a bye, so I had a pretty chill day watching some Ryder Cup. Come on, Team USA. We need y'all to pull through. They got to win like 12 or 13 points tomorrow. It's not looking good. Jump back to the questions, but I appreciate y'all all being here. Let's get through these. Back to George. We're starting Mariota, and then he needs 2 wide receivers and a flex for non-PPR. Okay. Lad Pickens, Golden Worthy, Travion Henderson, or Tootin. I'm thinking Henderson for your flex, I'm thinking Ladd and Pickens, but at the same time, Golden is right there. I'm worried about Worthy. I'm benching Worthy this week. I don't think he's healthy. I think it's premature. Maybe he does something big, but like I need to see it before I believe it. And then Tootin, I'm excited about, but we got to see some more from Tootin too. Get him some more snaps. He's not playing enough yet. So go ahead and give me Ladd. Love Ladd. Pickens, a big fan. It's a bad matchup, but and then Henderson should be in a good spot. If you started Golden over Pickens, you got to see the crystal ball. You got to predict, that's the side of the matchup you want to be on. It's the same game. It's the Sunday night game. The Dallas defense is giving up everything. The Packers defense hardly gives anything up. But straight up 1-for-1 Pickens or Golden, I'm a slight lean to Pickens. Yo, what's up, Noah? How we doing, brother? Trade Brian Thomas Jr. for Judkins. I mean, if you've got Ladd, Puka, and Adams and no RB2, yes, I'm in. I like what I'm seeing from Judkins. People are already talking him up as the best rookie running back in the class. And you're stacked at wide receiver. Let's sell low on Brian Thomas Jr. and buy Judkins for your RB2. I think I'm in. Binking says, Trey Tucker's been playing, 90+% of snaps every week. A nice prop number and cheap price. Yes, please. Oh, great. Appreciate you being here, Binking, helping answer some questions in the chat. And I mean, that's one for Trey Tucker. I mean, a lot of us are asking, should we be starting Trey Tucker this week? I think I might be starting Trey Tucker in my home league because I have T. Higgins, who I'm benching, and I have CeeDee Lamb out. So like in my home league, half PPR, right? I'm currently starting Trey Tucker. But if I don't, I would have to start Godwin or T. Higgins or Luther Burden. So like, what do y'all think I should do? Should I start Trey Tucker over Luther Burden? I think so. He just plays way more snaps. I'm going to start him over Godwin because I'm a little bit skeptical that Godwin's healthy and how much he's going to play. If Godwin plays 30% of snaps or 50% of snaps, is that better than Trey Tucker playing 94% of snaps? I don't know. And then T. Higgins, I'm just, man, this Jake Browning offense scares me. So that's where I'm at. I might be starting Trey Tucker over T. Higgins. I might come to my senses tomorrow. I might just throw T. Higgins in there and just say, you know what? Talent, but we just haven't seen it this season for T. Higgins. It's been rough. And you saw that quote from Jamar Chase. If you didn't see the quote from Jamar Chase about T. Higgins, it doesn't look good. Oh, also have Wentz available. So that's kind of interesting because I'm still going Mariota, but Wentz is in a plus matchup against the Steelers. Sneaky good play. Wentz is kind of a sneaky good play this week. I mean, you've got Addison back, Hawkinson looking good finally, Justin Jefferson, one of the best receivers in the league. They're going to run the hell out of the ball with Jordan Mason, so that's the way I lean. But I think if you're playing Superflex, you can do worse than starting Carson Wentz this week. What's up, Jonathan? How we doing? Ayo Manor, Ollie Gordon, or Jameson in PPR. Pick one. Give me JMO. I want access to the Lions scoring offense. I think they're going to have a hard time running the ball against the Browns, so I want pieces of the Lions passing game. I'm excited about Jameson Williams' ceiling, his efficiency. Ollie Gordon in a good spot against the Jets, but it's Achane show. And Ayo Manor against the Texans, scary. How we doing, Ivan? Thanks for being here. Hope you're having a great Saturday night. Who do I flex? Javonte Williams. Honestly, the Dallas Cowboys have a really, really solid yards per rush attempt at like 5.5. Like, so pretty solid, pretty surprisingly good. 5.4. They're averaging 125 rushing yards per game. They've got 4 rushing touchdowns. So this is a good rushing attack. It's pretty good. But between him, Judkins, Trey Tucker, Michael Pittman, give me Judkins. Give me Judkins first. Then I might go Javonte, but also I think Pittman's pretty decent. I think Pittman's pretty nice. I'm gonna lean, expect with Alec Pierce out, just more targets to go around. Let me look for one more second at this Indianapolis matchup. I mean, I like Judkins against the Lions just fine. For Indy and their passing attack this week going up against the LA Rams, that could be a fun game, a nice shootout. The Rams are giving up not a ton through the air. I will say that. But the Colts are doing very well. 265 passing yards per game. Only 3 passing touchdowns. They could bounce it out in that way. They're running the ball, almost better than everyone. So slightly into Judkins. I think we're going to like what we're seeing with Judkins this season, and he's already taken over that entire role. Javonte's in like a slight negative matchup. It's not. It could be worse. The Green Bay defense against the run game, but the Green Bay defense is only allowing 64.5 rushing yards per game. It's hard to get much worse than that. Only giving up 1 touchdown. The thing is, the Cowboys, like I said, they're averaging 125 rushing yards per game. So actually, it's a very negative matchup for Javonte Williams. So that even further kind of makes me demote him below Judkins. And then Pittman's pretty interesting. So I would say Judkins and then maybe Pittman. And probably Javonte third, actually. Trey Tucker fourth. Ooh, Parker Washington or Jalen Tolbert. Need to pick one up for week 5 bye. Okay, so let's look at the matchups for next week, because that'll actually make some sense. Next week, the Cowboys, and there's going to be, I think, 4 teams on. There's 4 teams on bye. We have the Falcons, the Bears, the Steelers, and the Packers on bye in week 5. So we've got the Cowboys at New York Jets. That's a good matchup for Dallas. We also have the Jacksonville Jaguars at home hosting the Kansas City Chiefs. Let me look at the Chiefs real quick on my stat sheet. We were just looking at them for the Ravens. The Chiefs are giving up 183 passing yards per game. I just don't love what Trevor Lawrence is doing. I think I'm a slight lean to Jalen Tolbert over Parker Washington. But I have Parker Washington in some leagues too, some deep dynasty leagues. He's actually looking pretty good. I think he led the team in targets. If it wasn't this last week, it was 2 weeks ago. And he's still a big part of this offense. They like him. Danny Brown's been involved. I still think Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter can bounce back and actually be the alphas, and they should be, and they are. So slightly into Tolbert because his role is going to increase. And I think Parker Washington's role could actually decrease. But they do like him. But I'm just saying, like in this, if you're going to have to start one for a flex next week, I'm looking to Jalen Tolbert. The thing is, you're actually not going to see a whole lot from either Parker Washington or Jalen Tolbert in week 4 because they both have very negative matchups against the 49ers and Packers respectively. So you kind of just have to go with your gut that I'm thinking Tolbert's role is going to increase a lot with CeeDee Lamb out. And he led the Cowboys in receiving touchdowns last season. So that says something. Parker Washington is good, but he's never going to be like an integral part of that offense, I don't think. They want Brian Thomas Jr. to get more involved. Same thing with Travis Hunter. Trade A.J. Brown for Drake London. I don't think I'm there yet. It's concerning. Both teams are not passing the ball a whole lot. Slightly into the Eagles, John, on that one. I'm cool with keeping A.J. Brown if you got him. Appreciate you, Anthony. Thanks for stopping in, my man. Ivan says, Judkins, Javonte, or Tony Pollard. Let's go Judkins. Judkins there. I'm still pretty confident in Judkins. Yeah, Hubert, thanks for joining us again tonight. Hope you're doing well, my man. I'm doing great. Having a great weekend. Just chilling, watching golf, hanging with the fam. Hang with the dog. Full PPR. Which wide receiver do I start? DJ Moore or Pearsall? Give me Pearsall. I think they need him. I think they've got Juwan Jennings probably out or at least limited. They've got Kittle out. Pearsall is a big target for them. He's their primary right now. Ayuk is still out, nowhere to be seen, right? Not coming back anytime soon. DJ Moore, not a bad pick. The Bears are starting to roll, but they just played the Cowboys. They're playing Las Vegas. Also kind of a plus matchup, but am I mistaken? Did DJ Moore catch a touchdown last week? I don't think he did. I'm going to pull it up right now on Player Profiler. I'm going to pull up DJ Moore, his game log. I could be mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember. He did. DJ Moore did get a touchdown last week. He only had 20 receiving yards is why I think I just kind of overlooked it. But yeah, DJ Moore had that touchdown last week. He's not averaging a whole lot of yards per game, close to about 50 or less, and one touchdown through 3 games, only averaging about 5+ targets per game, about 4 receptions per game. It's kind of low stuff for DJ Moore. He is supposedly, kind of supposed to be an efficient player, bigger yards per reception. Give me Pearsall. I still want Pearsall. Thanks again, Tyler Sperry, for 2 super chats tonight, my friend. Appreciate you. Got Danner here. Danner says Zay Flowers or Devontae Adams. I don't think you can. I mean, Devontae Adams, we need to see if he's fully healthy, right? He has some question marks going into this week, but I think he's going to play. I want Devontae Adams. He's still putting up numbers. He's still having a lot of good opportunities. The Rams, they're averaging 237 passing yards per game, well above league average. And they've got 5 passing touchdowns. I think it could be a good spot for them this week against the Colts. It's going to be a tough game, but I think they're going to have to find a way to score, and it could be through the air. And then Zay Flowers against the Chiefs. The Chiefs are pretty good. Their defense is one of their strengths, and they're pretty good at scheming against the Ravens. So I'm a little bit skeptical of Mark Andrews and Zay Flowers this week, but I will say I love, the Ravens offense. I love Lamar Jackson. They've got 9 passing touchdowns. Like, holy cow. Very efficient. I think I'm a slight lean to Devontae Adams, but you have 2 good options there. How we doing? The Frogs. We're going to flex 1. We got Ricky Pearsall, Arroyo McMillan, Matthew Golden, J-Mo, or Hindi. Got Travion Henderson. For the flex, I'm going to go with... I think I'm going to go Ricky Pearsall first. Then Henderson. Then J-Mo. Actually, I'm not. I think T-Mac. Give me Pearsall, Henderson, T-Mac, J-Mo, but it's close. And then Golden last, but I still want to see a big breakout game from Matthew Golden this week. But I think I have more confidence in the other players having a higher floor, is what I'm saying. And still good ceilings. Binking is seeing a lot of teams, especially elite teams, aren't really leaving a lot on film, limiting that as much as possible when winning in different ways. So script and pace may mirror more teams different. Yeah. Yes, definitely. Yo, what's up, Who Hames? He says he's listening in, doing his DraftKings lineups. Appreciate you being here, as always. Who Hames and I did a fun stream a couple nights ago on the channel. We did some Q&A. We drafted a team and talked ball for week 4. Make sure you guys have checked out Who Hames' channel on YouTube. Make sure you've hit the like and voted in the poll. Let me go ahead and close the poll. I assume, let me make sure we've got enough. Whoops. Let me see if we've got votes on the poll. Yeah, 24 votes. Not bad. Get your last votes in on the poll. I'm gonna close that in a minute. Shout out to Who Ames. Shout out to Bean King. Dude, this Bama Georgia game has been kind of good. I've been looking out of the corner of my eye. It just ended. And spoiler alert, Bama wins 24-21. They hold off the comeback from Georgia. We've got the the Penn State game also over. Oregon wins in a second overtime. Crazy. Wow, it really came down to it. Penn State came back a little bit. It's a low-scoring game for the first half. Have to catch the highlights on those. I saw a little bit of the early part of that. Like doing good. Yo, what's up, Matt C? How we doing tonight, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Getting ready for this week 4, having a good weekend. Says, hey man, in my half-point league, I just traded away Keenan Allen, Egbuka, and Scattaboo for Amon-Ra and Rachaad White. My wide receivers are Marvin Harrison Jr., J-Mo. My running backs are Derrick Henry, H.N. Hampton. Did I do bad? Thank you. You know what? You scared me when you said Keenan Allen, Egbuka, and Scattaboo because I love all 3 of those guys. But Amon-Ra is one of my top 3 wide receivers rest of the season, and I want the best player in every trade, especially in these leagues that are, you got limited starting spots, right? So, which it kind of sounds like that's what you're doing. You're consolidating upwards. Love it. It's close. It's a fair trade, but Amon-Ra, yes, sir. Big fan. It's gonna be your best receiver, obviously. You have a pretty concentrated bet on the Lions offense with both J-Mo and Amon-Ra, so that's gonna be tricky to play every week, but I don't mind it. It's one of the best offenses. Let's start both. And then you have Marvin Harrison Jr., who we just saw him hit pay dirt against the Seahawks in week 4 on Thursday night. So we're feeling pretty good there. You're going to start Derrick Henry and H.N. every single week. You're going to flex Hampton. You got H.N. and Hampton and both have a week 12 bye. You can flex some of these receivers or whatever else you got. Maybe you have to flex Rachaad White in week 12. Not a problem. Rachaad White has proven already this season he can still get it done. He is also in a good offense with the Bucks. We love Bucky Irving, but Rachaad White's just fine for a flex when you need him as a fill-in. So consolidating your players upward to Amon-Ra St. Brown, I'm in. I think you did just fine. Pretty exciting. Lucius, how we doing, my friend? Got to start one. Daniel Jones, Jordan Love, or Bo Nix. Thanks in advance. Hey, thanks for being here. Easy start for me. It's Love. This is the best matchup of the week for quarterbacks. It's the Dallas offense, the one we just saw give up 4 passing touchdowns to Caleb Williams in week 3. Made Caleb Williams look like, hey, everyone forgot that he might have been bad to start the season. He goes out there and destroys the Cowboys defense. We saw Russell Wilson not even looking that bad in week 2 going to overtime against the Cowboys. And in week 1, we saw who was that one? Now I can't think of it. Oh, it was the Cowboys and the Eagles. And I mean, the Eagles didn't do a whole lot through the air, but this is the number 1 expected quarterback matchup of the week. The best possible defense to play, the Cowboys for Jordan Love. Let's go there. And then it's a close second for Daniel Jones, just because he's been balling out of control, right? The Colts look like the most underestimated team going into this season. Knicks is in a fine spot too, especially against the Bengals on Monday night. But let's go with Jordan Love and see if we can get a career game out of Jordan Love. I mean, Daniel Jones and Knicks have that like rushing upside. They have that rushing floor for fantasy points. I still think I go with Love here. Yo, what's up? South Sea, how we doing? Would you start Fields or Daniel Jones? And Brian Thomas Jr. or Pearsall? Give me Pearsall pretty easy on that one. I definitely want Pearsall. I mean, they're playing in the same game, and I think the matchup is just so much better for the 49ers going against the Jaguars defense than it is the Jaguars versus the 49ers defense, especially in the passing game. So give me Pearsall, and then I think I actually want Fields. The Rams are not a terrible defense. The Colts are doing very well, but the last time Fields was healthy, we saw what he can do. He was like a top 3 quarterback on the week. I think he put up 29 fantasy points in week 1 when he played. And I think the Dolphins are a plus matchup. So let's go Fields there. But you have 2 good options with Fields and Jones. It always hurts me in my managed leagues when I have 2 good options like that and I can only start one because I feel like I'm ping-ponging between them and I can make the wrong choice in any given week. But let's play the matchups here and go with Fields against the Dolphins in prime time. Could be a fun one. Chivalry, what's up, my friend? How we doing tonight? Trey Tucker, DJ Moore, or Chris Godwin, standard league. Give me DJ Moore. DJ Moore, he's going to be out there. He's going up against the Raiders. So Trey Tucker's on the other side of it. Trey Tucker actually plays more snaps than DJ Moore, but they're trying to get DJ Moore more involved in the run game as well, giving him snaps, touches out of the backfield. He caught a touchdown last week. His numbers aren't so inspiring, only averaging about 5 targets a game, 4 receptions, barely 50 yards, 1 touchdown in 3 games. But the Bears are kind of rolling right now. He's been good in the past. We know what his ceiling is. We know what he can do. Trey Tucker just had his career game, right? I don't know if we should chase that. I'm potentially starting Trey Tucker this week. I'm definitely starting Trey Tucker over Godwin because I'm just afraid to start Godwin the first week back from his ankle injury. Got to see it to believe it first. I hate starting injured players. I'm benching Worthy this week. I'm benching Godwin this week. So let's go DJ Moore there. What's up, Sergio? Hope you're having a good Saturday. Thanks for joining tonight. And after Sergio's question, and I see as a follow-up question, I'm going to close the YouTube poll. So make sure you vote in the YouTube poll. Sergio says, Swift or Chase Brown. Give me DeAndre Swift in a plus matchup against the Raiders. Chase Brown in a minus matchup against the Broncos. And the follow-up for his RB2, he does have Jamar Chase, by the way. Yeah, still go with Swift. Jamar Chase, it's hard to bench him. You're not going to bench Jamar Chase, right? So obviously, but I know what you're saying is like, my whole point with saying that is that it's a bad matchup against the Broncos. We don't like Jake Browning, what he's been able to do. I'll go back to a point though. In 2023, Jake Browning had 7 starts for Joe Burrow being out. He was a top 12 QB in 5 of those 7 starts. But it's not great for his pass catchers. He's really limiting their upside and lowering their floors. Tough, but give me Swift. All right, I'm closing the YouTube poll. Make sure you voted. We ended up getting 25 votes. 44% said they hit on Thursday night. They had Marvin Harrison Jr. Let's go. Most people said, nah, I started Walker, JSN McBride, or Benson, and meh, just kind of an okay week. Yeah, I started Walker in my home league. I started Marvin Harrison Jr. in my oldest Dynasty league that's also PPR. So that was kind of a good hit, starting Marvin Harrison Jr. there. The Ken Walker start in half-point PPR could have been better. Could definitely be worse, but didn't get the touchdown. It goes to Charbonnet. Hate to see it. And then no one else in the Cardinals really did anything except Marvin Harrison. How we doing, Cam Daddy? Half point, 10-man. Wide receivers are Ladd. Love them. Godwin, I'm benching him this week. Worthy, I'm benching him this week. Keenan, love him. Golden, love him. Let's have a breakout career day. Start 2, we are down bad. I see what you're saying. Give me Ladd. Give me Keenan. Let's go, Chargers. Bolt up. We're taking down this Giants defense. It's a big plus matchup. Justin Herbert on his way to his second 5,000-yard passing season. Let's go. Bolt up, baby. If you're concerned about starting 2 Chargers, think about all the other matchups where teams have gone off this season, like the Lions or the Bills or even like the Ravens or the Bears last week. You just want access to these high scoring games, these teams that are going to crush and put up a ton of points, I think that's what we're going to see with the Chargers against the Giants. I'm leaning that way. I think that's what Las Vegas is saying too, with the way they've bet this game, got this game set up. So it's 44.5, which is pretty average, but it's Chargers minus 6.5. That's a pretty big favorite, and it's at New York, so pretty big favorites there. Hell yeah, Huhames. Love to see it. Huhame's been taking down some DraftKings tournaments, some placing well in some underdog tournaments, and doing well in some of these fast draft tournaments too. Huhame's a very sharp drafter, and always good to bounce ideas off him, see what he's thinking for the weeks ahead. How we doing, Mando? Love the doggo in the profile pic. Shout out to dogs. Drop one, unfortunately. Stevenson, Sharbs, Addison, Jennings, or Pittman. I'm dropping Charbonnet. Some people would argue to drop Stevenson. I think it's a little bit premature. He's still the lead back, but he's going to be losing it out to Henderson. We all can see the writing on the wall, right? At the same time, Stevenson as the 1B or the number 2, it's exactly what Charbonnet already is. Are the Seahawks better team than Patriots? Maybe, probably. I don't see Charbonnet taking over the role from Ken Walker anytime soon unless he gets injured. So they're both contingent plays. I love Addison. I think he's a stud. Juwan Jennings is also very good. He's injured right now. We don't want to drop him just because he's injured. Pittman's been pretty good, part of a good offense. You want access to those games too. So I think I'm going to be flexing Stevenson, Addison, and Jennings and Pittman over Sharbs most weeks. So give me those guys. How we doing, James? What's up, brother? Geno or Drake? Let's go Drake against Carolina versus Geno against the Bears. I think they're both decent matchups. Drake at home against the Panthers. A little bit more rushing upside with Drake London. Drake May. Drake London. Yeah, let's go with that one. Hey, Tyler Sperry, another super chat, man. Too generous, my friend. Too generous. Appreciate it. The third super chat of the night. Let's go. Thank you, my man. Marin or Mason on the other side of the world. Yeah. I think with Marin, you mean Warren, right? You're saying on the other side of the world. I know you're talking about the matchup with the Minnesota Vikings at the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's not actually in Pittsburgh. It's in Dublin, Ireland tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Eastern time, 8:30 Central, my Central time. I'm going to be waking up and making some coffee, getting a workout in, walking the dog, and then probably by the time I start walking the dog, the game's going to come on. So I'll throw it on my phone or pull it up on the TV, whatever I can get it on, and be interested in that game. But yeah, Kyron or Mason, the fourth super chat of the night, bro. So kind. Thank you so much. Very generous and just a nice gesture. Really appreciate that. Kyron or Mason, my bad with the Marin. I thought you meant Tyler. I thought you meant Jalen Warren at first, but yeah, no, Mason, Kyron or Mason. Cam Daddy says Kyron for sure, but bro, give me Jordan Mason. Let's go. I'm a big Mason bull. He's my most drafted player all summer long. I've got bags of Mason. I'm a believer. Through 7 weeks last season, Jordan Mason was the number 2 rusher in the NFL behind Derrick Henry. And the only reason he was ahead of Saquon Barkley is because Saquon Barkley had a bye week. But still, top 3. Jordan Mason's going nuclear tomorrow, says Sergio. We feel it. Let me show you some of my advanced analysis I've done for the primetime slates. Oh, I deleted it. I deleted it because I'm going to draft tonight and the Vikings matchup's not in there. but I can pull it up real quick. I mean, it just comes from ESPN. It's nothing insane. We're going to go to Pittsburgh, and sorry for the white light mode. My eyes. Yeah, I also wear the glasses to prevent the light mode burnout. Okay. And then I'll zoom in on this bad boy here. Dun, 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 dun. Primetime game. So the Vikings are playing the Steelers, right? The Steelers' opponents putting up 26 points a game, well above average. They've got 10 touchdowns. That's also above average. They're getting a decent amount of rushing first downs. But here's the data we want to see. The teams facing the Steelers, they run the ball a lot. 97 attempts. They've got 139 rushing yards per game, 4.3 average, and 4 rushing touchdowns. So they're giving up a bunch. They're giving up a whole bunch. Marry that with the data coming from the Vikings. This is all basic stuff, but you got to follow the breadcrumbs, right? So Minnesota is averaging 27 points a game. Hey, that sounds familiar. 8 touchdowns. Okay, well then this matchup with the Steelers is actually kind of a plus for them in that regard, scoring. And we go down to their rushing attack. They've only run the ball 76 times, so they could stand to run the ball even more against this weak Steelers defense. They're averaging 4.8 per rush attempt, 122 per game, and 3 rushing touchdowns. So look to see those numbers go up this week, get averaged up when Jordan Mason takes on the Steelers in Dublin. So give me Jordan Mason. I'm super, super bullish. But it wouldn't be fair if we didn't also cover the side of it for the Rams. I'll go ahead and I'll share this too. The LA Rams going up against the Colts. So let's look at both the opponents of the Colts and the Rams. The Rams, 24 points a game. The Colts opponents, 19 points a game. So actually a little bit of a minus matchup for the Rams. Touchdowns, 8-7. Rushing first downs. The Colts have only given up 18 rushing first downs in 3 games. That's not a lot. The Rams have 22, a little bit above the average. I guess the Colts are a little bit below the average. The rushing attempts. The Colts have held opponents to 59 rushing attempts because teams are playing from behind against the Colts. They have to pass it a little bit more. The Rams have 81 rushing attempts. The Rams have rushed for 127 rushing yards per game. The Colts only allow 94 per game, about the same yards per rush attempt, but that just speaks to how far behind the Colts teams get and have to play catch up, and they abandon the run game. They start throwing the ball more. The Colts have only given up 2 rushing touchdowns. And they have a pretty decent pass defense too, but I think this is like what we should expect. And I think what Vegas was saying on this one for the Colts and the Rams, it is a 49.5, so pretty high scoring game. Rams minus 3.5. I honestly am surprised by that. I'm probably taking the Colts plus 3.5. Almost certainly. Colts are still undervalued. Still people sleeping on them. So that's a good matchup. It's a good game environment. It's a fun one to be in. Let's go with Jordan Mason, and let's check in with the chat and see what y'all think. And then we'll scroll back up and catch up with everyone. Yeah, thank you, James. Appreciate you. Thanks again to Tyler for the super chat, the fun question. Gets 1 for Kyron. 1 for Jordan Mason. Yeah, this is so true. I think he's the hardest runner in the entire league, besides Derrick Henry. Traded Golden for Mason after week 1. That's a great trade. Looking very good there, Samson. Nicely done. TJ Watt going to give that guy nightmares tomorrow. I think I heard someone talking about this. I think when teams play the Steelers, they run the ball to the side without TJ Watt, like preferentially. So you can kind of avoid him a little bit. But no, TJ Watt, I mean, that's a fair point. It's a fair point. Who Hames, another vote for Jordan Mason. It's 2-1. Safer play. Might also have higher ceiling. Yo, what's up, Hartman, aka Sharpman, aka my dog? How we doing? Hartman reposted the stream. Appreciate you, my friend. Hope you're having a great Saturday night. Hartman would be voting Mason. He hates Kyron. He's pretty bullish on Mason as well as I am too. I'm gonna vote for myself. I'm gonna vote Mason. So we're pretty in on Mason. I mean you can't go wrong. Mason and Kyron, both good. But if you need a definitive answer, let's go with Mason. Let's get this done. What was I just thinking? Oh, speaking of Twitter, follow me on Twitter at FFB Garage, wherever the name is on the screen. You'll know when I'm going live. I broadcasted Twitter as well, so you can see the little live icon there. Make sure if you want to catch me on these live streams, these Q&As, drafting teams, you can hit the bell below when you're subscribed. Get notifications when I'm going live, and come have fun, ask some questions, draft some teams with me on Underdog. And yeah, let's get back to these questions. We'll come back to Mando's question in a second. Appreciate you, Mando, and then Cam Daddy. I see a few more. I think I skipped ahead a little bit when I saw the super chat from Tyler. That's the rules here. I don't make the rules. That's the community rules. If someone super chats in a fantasy football stream, you got to go to that one first and give them the deets, give them the good take. But everyone here is getting a chance, and I appreciate y'all all being here with the questions. I think this is where we were, right? We said Drake May over Geno. Sergio says, any concern with Devontae Adams? Because he's injured, right? I think they're being a little bit cautious with him. Only other players would be Hunter Henry and Chase Brown, PPR. You got to go Devontae Adams. You got to go Devontae Adams, right? Let me pull up the coach speak on Devontae Adams this week. I don't think it's bad. Sean McVay, and this is going to help you. Sean McVay, head coach, yesterday. Devontae Adams and Rob Havenstein are limited in practice today, Friday. They'll be questionable for the game. I feel good about them being able to go. They're veterans. They have accumulated a lot of experience. And then in parentheses, from Greg Branos, Coach Speak Index, McVay has a 90% reliability rating on injury coach speak. I expect Adams and Havenstein to play this week. And then the follow-up question from a reporter was, is there a possibility of putting Devontae Adams on a pitch count Sunday? Sean McVay says, I don't know about that. You might monitor some things, but if I told him that, I think he would say, nah, I ain't doing that. He's doing everything that he can to be as physically and mentally ready to go. We'll see how the game goes. Ultimately, we got to be able to do what we think is best for Devontae Adams and for our team. If that changes any of the snap count, that's not something that we're expecting, but we'll see. Which that might think that might kind of be, I don't know how I feel about that. No, I've been reading all the coach speak all summer. This is super bullish for Devontae Adams being all systems go. They need him. It's a matchup against the Rams, who are 3-0. It's a matchup against the Colts, who are 3-0. If the Rams need him, Devontae Adams is playing. He might as well have a big day. Let's hope. What's up, Jerpy? How we doing, brother? D Swift or Judkins for RB2? Let's go Judkins. Judkins against the Lions or Swift against the Raiders. Let's go Judkins. I'm pretty Judkins in, right? I think everyone's getting hyped on Judkins. Cole, thanks for joining on this Saturday night. Hope you're doing well, my friend. And let's see what we got. What do you think of this trade? Caleb Williams and T-Mac for Garrett Wilson. Assuming single quarterback, right? Because if it's super flex, Caleb Williams is worth too much to get rid of. But in single quarterback, in single QB, where quarterback is very replaceable, there's usually guys in the waiver wire. The value over replacement is not that insane. The gap's not going to be that big. T-Mac, Garrett Wilson. It's actually tough. It's actually close. Some people just like T-Mac over Garrett Wilson straight up. I think you got to go with your gut. I think we know what Garrett Wilson is, a super high floor, super high ceiling play. Justin Fields is not going to be passing a ton. That kind of hurts. The Jets aren't great. That kind of hurts. I mean, the Panthers aren't that great either. Bryce Young has bad weeks, has good weeks. This is tough. I want the best player in the trade. I think I want to lean Garrett Wilson, but it kind of comes down to what else you have at quarterback, because I don't want to have a big drop off from Caleb Williams to somebody else. Caleb Williams is looking pretty good, and he just had a huge career day. So if you have like Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen, yeah, let's do this trade. If it's you're trading down Caleb Williams and you're starting like a Bo Nix or a Sam Darnold or a Matthew Stafford, yikes, no. So it's that close. I think Garrett Wilson has a slight edge over T-Mac right now, but I know some people would take T-Mac over Garrett Wilson still. I don't know if that helps. I think it's close. I kind of want Garrett Wilson, but I don't want to give up Caleb Williams if I don't have another good option. Cam Daddy, how we doing? Bo Nix or Danny Dimes, 6-point passing touchdown. I'm thinking we were just talking about that Rams matchup. The Rams matchup seems okay. They're a pretty tough defense too. Let me go to my data for the. I haven't dove so hard into the Cincy Denver game yet because it's one of the last games. But I'm looking at it now. Cincy gives up so much. They give up 30 points a game. They've given up 10 touchdowns. Denver's no pushover. They're actually pretty strong on offense too. Opponents against the Bengals are averaging 240 passing. Denver's only averaging 170 passing. I'm leaning Danny Dimes because the passing game has just been stronger for the Colts for Danny Dimes. They've got 5 passing touchdowns for the Broncos, and for the Colts. Oops, I was just there and I scrolled away from it. The Colts have what was it? 3. Oh, wait a second. 3. Is that right? I guess he has some rushing touchdowns then. Oh yeah, Danny Dimes has a rushing touchdowns. Only 3. The 6 points per passing touchdown kind of puts another wrinkle into it. I mean, I will say though, this Colts and Rams game is a 49.5 over under. It's a pretty high scoring event versus the Bengals at Denver is only a 44.5. It's Denver 7.5. I'm expecting the Denver to run the hell out of the ball with Dobbins and even some Harvey. I think this is super close. This is tough. This is actually really tough. I thought it was going to be obviously Danny Dimes. I don't know if I have a definitive answer. I think it's really close. The matchup is better for Bo Nix. So if we have to vote off matchup, I'm going Bo Nix. You have to show me the data. I don't think I have a 6-point passing touchdown league right now that I can directly reference to. I have one in Dynasty, but I have to pull it up. Danny Dimes seems like he's a much stronger play in a 4-point passing touchdown. And then Bo Nix, I think he's had some ups and downs, but he's doing all right. If you have enough confidence in Bo Nix, I think you can start him. It's a good matchup. What's up, Swains? How we doing tonight? Happy Saturday. Happy weekend, everyone. Full PPR. Need a flex. Garrett Wilson, Keenan Allen, Cortland Sutton, or Cam Scattaboo. You have Garrett Wilson in a plus matchup on Monday night versus the Dolphins. I like that. Keenan Allen in a super plus matchup against the Giants. I think I'm leaning there. Cortland Sutton, we just talked about this with Bo Nix, a super plus matchup against the Bengals Monday night. Cam Scattaboo, who is a PPR monster and had a coming out breakout game against last week, right? So you need a flex for full point. I'm torn. I'm going to demote Sutton a little bit. He's been inconsistent. Keenan Allen's been super solid. I'm gonna pull these guys up real quick. I think the floor on Wilson is typically super high because he's so talented, but with Justin Fields, it's kind of bringing him down. Same thing, So the game logs in PPR for Keenan Allen is just it's too much to ignore. 20 points, 17 points, 20 points. He's got a touchdown in every game. He's got more than 5 receptions in every game. He's got more than 7 targets in every game. He's got a red zone target in every game. He's averaging about 65 receiving yards per game. Keenan Allen is a PPR scam, and he's getting touchdowns, and it's a plus matchup. Let's go Keenan Allen. Let's go Keenan Allen this week and be confident. Thanks again to Tyler Sperry for the super chats tonight. Super appreciated, my man. Hope we helped you out with some of your sit-start decisions. Hartman stopping by. That's always fun. Mando, we're back. Okay, for the flex, the point per reception league. Mando's got JMO, Montgomery, Ridley, Tucker. So I'm assuming Trey Tucker or Hunter Henry. Let's go JMO. Monty's in the worst possible matchup against this Browns defense. Ridley has shown us nothing with Cam Ward, which sucks. Trey Tucker just had his career game. I don't know if we want to chase that. I'm more excited to invest and play a piece of the Lions offense rather than bet on the Raiders offense again, particularly straight up, especially the passing game this week where I think the Lions have to lean on the passing game. So give me JMO. Hunter Henry also had a big week, also had a big game, but I'm not in a position to start tight ends over super talented, highly efficient wide receivers on the best, highest scoring team in the league. So let's go JMO. Another vote for Mason. Love it. Hey, there he is. Hartman. Pretty cool. I didn't even have to officially vote against Kyron. I did it for us. I did it for you. I voted. I almost voted for you. I already knew what you meant, though. I've drafted enough teams with Hartman this summer that I can practically read his mind. Very rarely do I get surprised these days. Hartman and I drafted a high-stakes managed team together in the FFPC, $350 buy-in, $1 million tournament. And oh shit, Hartman, we have some sit starts to make this week, and maybe we can take a look at those because Hartman and I we drafted a 0 RB team. We're starting Cam Scatterbo this week. We're starting Tony Pollard. We're starting AJ Brown, T Mac, Brock Bowers, Keenan Allen, of course. What it comes down to is, do we start Jacksonville defense against the 49ers? Yikes. Or do we have to pick up another defense? So I think we're just rolling with Jacksonville against the 49ers, which is kind of scary. But we kind of didn't get ahead of it. And we didn't start Seattle on Thursday. And I think someone else picked up the Colts recently. Or no, someone else picked up, I forget which defense I saw someone pick up that I thought was really smart. But for our flex, we got to start Ollie Gordon this week. Either him, Dylan Sampson, or Caleb Johnson. Or Adonai Mitchell because Alec Pierce is out. But I think that's that'd be a pretty bold move. We could also start Trey Harris, which he hasn't done much yet. And we're waiting on Rashee Rice to get back from the suspension. We drafted Rashee Rice before he was suspended. We drafted this team in June. Hartman, if you're still in the chat, let me know if you want to do anything for this FFBC lineup regarding swapping out Ollie Gordon for Sampson or Adonai Mitchell or Caleb Johnson. But I don't know what's up. Is Jalen Warren hurt? Is he going to play? We're going to see more Caleb Johnson this week. Obviously not in the kick return game, but like getting some touches. It's been pretty risky. And then T-Mac hurt his calf, but he's expected to play. I don't see how we can bench T-Mac. We can't. So kind of stuck there, but I think it's going to be a limited game for Teteroy McMillan with a calf injury. Hawkinson is in a pretty decent spot. I will say that. I think it's a decent tight end matchup. I forget. I deleted my numbers, but I think it's like a top 13 tight end matchup this week. It's what I had when I had it up. Speaking, we'll come back to Samson's question, then John's question, and then we got a bunch more from the bros. We got TS in here. We got old school football plays, Jerpy, Itays, Jono Ball, Fake Talk, Captain Clutch Pants, Dirty P. How we doing, brother? Hartman says just roll with the Jags. I think let's just roll with it. Definitely all in for RB unless we get some more negative news. I'm cool with. Okay. I think let's roll with Ollie. Okay, we're on the same page. I think we both have kind of seen it. Speaking of T-Mac and the calf injury, I'm gonna roll a Roya McMillan hype clip, and then I'll come back and answer Samson's question. I'm gonna give myself some more water. Actually, I'm gonna crack a beer. I'm gonna go grab a beer, get some more water. Let's roll the T-Mac clip and answer more questions. I'll be right back. Thank you all for being here. Make sure you slap that like. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Enjoy this clip of Teteroy McMillan going crazy in college. Let's hope that his calf is not actually that hurt, because I want to see this guy ball out in a big way and get his first career touchdown this week. I'm not mistaken, right? We haven't seen a touchdown from T-Mac. I'm searching it now. I'm like 99% sure. Yeah. We haven't seen the touchdown yet. We've seen 100 yards. We've seen 10 targets. Cheers. I got myself a nice little Guinness extra stout. I mean, it's 11 o'clock Central on a Saturday. College football's over. Let's crack a beer. Cheers, boys. Let's get through these questions. Yeah, also in honor of a game across the pond tomorrow. Yeah, St. James Gate, Dublin. There it is. Shout out to the NFL's, I think it's their first game in Dublin, isn't it? Am I wrong? I think that's what Colm Kelly was talking about on RotoViz this week. He's pretty hyped for that game. I think he's going to the game. Colm's going to the game, so he's pumped. Hit the spot. Okay, my voice is back. I'm in. I'm locked in. Let's get these questions. Y'all are nuts. Chat going wild. Dirty P in here. Got Jay in here. Let's run through these questions. I promise I'll get to them all. Jonah's ball. Thanks for being here. Itays. Well, let's go in order here. Flex one, bench one. Chase Brown or Keenan? Easy money. Keenan, baby. Come on. Look at the stats. You know this, Samson. You got this one. You got this on lock. Have some confidence in Keenan Allen. Got to do it. I also struggled with this in my leagues for a while. starting players with the too many mouths to feed, too many weapons, kind of like faulty logic. Let's start good players on good teams and feel good about it. Chase Brown, very opportunity driven, very much a product of his offense, very much a product of having the opportunity of scoring points with Joe Burrow, who's the rising tide that lifts all boats. Joe Burrow out, Chase Brown bad. The offensive line bad. Broncos defense good. Bad matchup. Keenan Allen, Giants, gonna smash. Let's go, Keenan Allen. John, how we doing, brother? Sit, start, Pearsall, or Debo? Ooh, okay, now this is a tough one. What do you guys think in the chat? I'm gonna lean Debo with McLaurin out. It's tough because Mariota's also playing, and the Falcons' defense is pretty good. But I'm going to lean Debo. They can use him in the run game. They can use him catching balls. I think he's exciting. Pearsall is also good. These are two good options. I just have a slight lean to Debo. I like the Commanders. I think the 49ers can just win in a number of ways, maybe playing through McCaffrey the whole time, and they don't have to pass a whole lot. Ladder up Turpin this week. Thank me later. 40 yards feels very doable. There we go. Some good betting advice, props advice from Who Hames. I think Hawk has a great game. Cam Wentz targets tight ends very high. Right. This is also a great point. There's a good amount of tight end options this week. Now that we saw Hunter Henry break out, which he's done before, but like for this season, Hawkinson have a good game this season. There's some more confidence in your tight ends you can start this week. T-Mac's the best player in that trade. Call me crazy. See, that's what I was saying, Hames. Like, I'm on the fence. Garrett Wilson or T-Mac? I don't even know. It's tough. Maybe we just want T-Mac because he gets more volume and super talent. Yeah, 30P agrees. How are we doing, 30? Hope you're having a great weekend, my friend. Half PPR, Bateman or Tillman, really important matchup. Oh, God. Is this the matchup versus me this week in the barbecue league? No. Is it? Yes, it is. Is it? Yeah, it is. Okay. Hartman, you dirty dog. I knew when you said really important matchup this week, so oh, geez. I don't know how to minimize the league chat. Can I pop this thing out? I don't know. I'm not going to screen share it because I don't want to share all the league chat, but we have we did a Dynasty startup this summer with PPR Tyler and a bunch of the bros. Who Hames is in there. Anthony is in there. Hartman's in there. I'm co-managing a team with Bindles, and we're 0-3. We're the worst team in the league, so that sucks. We have Josh Allen. We just have like Genty, T-Mac, AJ Brown, George Pickens. You know, where did we go wrong? I don't know. I think I need to make a change here. I'm not going to start Michael Penix. I'm going to go with Tua. Okay. But no, we're facing Hartman this week, and he is flexing Cedric Tillman. He has Lamar Jackson, though. You know what? Hartman, go ahead and start Cedric Tillman. Got 2 touchdowns already. Bateman had a good game last week, but the Ravens can win with anyone. They can even win with Devontae Walker. So you never know what's going to happen. Jerpy, I have JT Swift or Judkins for RB2. Jerpy, you know what to do. If you've got Jonathan Taylor, you have to play him. Come on, man. You playing Jonathan Taylor, or are you saying you need 2 running backs and it's between? Because obviously you're starting JT. So I'll rank these. I'm gonna go JT, Judkins, and Swift. Easy money. Godwin up to probable. Yeah, I'm just scared. I'm scared to start Godwin the first week back. Maybe I need to go Google or look on Twitter for some clips of him like catching passes in practice or something. I don't know. I haven't seen anything. I'm just scared. Leaning Bo Nix. Yeah, I think I was kind of leaning Bo Nix too, right? Yo, what's up, Fake Talk? How we doing, my friend? Thanks for stopping in. tonight. Hope you're doing well. Do you think Diggs is a buy low? I think Diggs is the sell low. They said they're ramping him up, and then he is taking over week 6. Man, here's the thing. It's not just Diggs. It's not just a Diggs problem. Demario Douglas not living up to his expectation. Kyle Williams not living up to expectation. Kayshon Boutte hits and misses. I mean, he had zero expectation. He's already lived up to it. But that Patriots passing offense, I don't know. They're running it through Hunter Henry. I'm not excited. I'm so low on Diggs. I have Diggs in that Dynasty league I was just talking about against Hartman, where Bindles and I think we're benching Diggs this week. Yeah, we're benching Diggs. We're starting Juwan Jennings, but he's questionable. If he doesn't play, I think we'll have to start. Honestly, I think I'd rather start Luther Burden than Diggs this week. I'd rather start Jalen Tolbert potentially than Diggs. I don't know. Am I crazy? Diggs is playing 50% of snaps. Hadn't looked good at all. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm overlooking something. Tolbert just played 88% of snaps the last game. Didn't do a lot with it, but he's out there. I want to see more from Luther Burden. He just popped off, had a career game, 100 yards and a touchdown, only 3 catches, only played 29% of snaps, but I might even start Burden over Diggs or Tolbert, like I was saying, which sounds crazy. Maybe that is too much. TS, what's up, dude? PPR flex, DJ Moore, Devontae Smith, or Monty. Monty has the worst matchup of the week for a running back, so let's just slide avoid this week. We'll play Monty in our flex later on. Give me DJ Moore, where Caleb Williams and he connected for the first time on a passing touchdown last week for the season. It's a plus matchup against the Raiders. Devonta Smith going up against the Bucks, I think is pretty equally good. It's a close one. It's close between DJ Moore and Devonta Smith. I think I slightly want to go DJ Moore. The Eagles just don't throw it a lot, but the Bucks might force them to throw it a little bit more. Old School, what's up, brother? Welcome back. How we doing? Out of Tootin, Ollie Gordon, Woody Marks. Which one should I play at flex? I'm a little bit biased. I'm gonna say Ollie Gordon. I think it's just the best matchup. Ollie Gordon versus the Jets is a plus matchup. Woody Marks versus the Titans. It's gonna be a low scoring event. I mean, this could be the breakout for Marks. If you want to bet on a breakout for Marks, maybe you look there. Ollie Gordon scored last week. He was looking decent. He's getting some touches. I think they could run the ball a good amount against the Jets. Tootin is pretty exciting. He's been scoring a lot lately, but very limited role. Going against the 49ers is a very negative matchup. To me, it's a coin flip between Gordon and Marks. It's just who you think is better this week. And if it comes down to like what I'm thinking, I kind of lean Ollie Gordon. Unless this is PPR, then you could make a case for Woody Marks, I guess. Ollie Gordon, I think, has a good chance to score a touchdown, and we want to see how much more they continue to use him. I'm going to look up some usage right now. I'm actually very interested in getting more definitive answer on this. So Ollie Gordon, let's look at him first on Player Profiler. His game log, right? 25% of snaps in 2 games. He had 9 carries and 3 red zone carries last game. That's pretty valuable, the 3 red zone carries. He didn't have any catches. He had 38 yards and a touchdown. So that's something. He ran 1 route. If this is PPR, I'm probably leaning Woody Marks. The only reason I'm not talking up Tootin is because he's like just in not a great matchup. But Tootin has been scoring. Okay, so Marks is at 46.5% snap share last week. He had his biggest snap share. He had 6 carries, 1 in the red zone, 2 targets, 1 reception, 36 yards. So what's crazy is Ollie Gordon had more carries, more red zone carries, and more yards on a lower snap percentage. So I think Ollie Gordon is just that much better than Woody Marks, and they're going to use him in some red zone packages. So I'm thinking Ollie Gordon is the way to go. Just for grins, I'm going to pull up Tootin because I'm actually really interested to see, because these are three very comparable players, rookies that we're interested in. I figured Tootin's playing 16% of snaps. He had 6 carries, 1 in the red zone. He ran 6 routes, 1 target, didn't catch a ball, 21 yards. He had a touchdown. So Ollie Gordon for me, then Marks, then Tootin. But it's actually closer between Marks and Tootin than I would have thought. But I know this because Tootin's been scoring. Just a bad matchup this week. Yeah, thank you, Jerpy, for being here. Hope you're having a great weekend, man. Itays, how we doing? Should I keep Saquon, Cook, and Taylor, or trade one for wide receiver? Got London, Pickens, Metcalf, Cup as my wide receivers. I want to know what y'all think in the chat, but I personally want to keep Saquon, Cook, and Taylor because I don't see how you could possibly lose a game this season with those 3 in your lineup. And Saquon and Cook, if I'm not mistaken, have the same bye week in week 7. That's fine. Who cares? You'll start Taylor that week. Your wide receivers aren't so concerning that I feel like I need to move one of these guys. If I did move one of these guys, honestly, I might try to trade Saquon because you can probably get the most for him. And I think you're still very solid with Cook and JT. So I would say hold. But if you're worried about London, Pickens, Metcalf, and Cup, move Saquon and get as much as you can. What do you guys in the chat think you could get for Saquon? I would hope for Saquon Barkley, you could get a nice receiver. I mean, easily should be able to get Nico Collins, right? Maybe you could get someone like, who was drafted high and is hitting. You're not going to get Puka. Could you get Neighbors? Could you get Malik Neighbors? Probably, right? Joe No Ball, what's up, brother? Hot take. I think Diggs in a few weeks hits 80% snaps, becomes top 25 30 receiver. Think Jalen Coker as well when he comes back because the Panthers offense looks terrible. I'm excited about Coker. I'm stashing him in my home league. He's in my IR spot right now. I drafted a bunch of Coker all summer. I drafted a decent amount of Diggs. I mean, I think Diggs can be better later in the season. I hope he becomes their true alpha, their number 1 receiver. But I just don't know if I have a lot of confidence that the Patriots are kind of spreading it around. They kind of have a low floor week to week. Diggs was good last season when he was playing with the Texans. He's coming back, age 31, whatever he is, 30, 31, with an ACL. And we haven't seen a lot so far, but I think you're right. If he's playing 80+% of snaps, he should look better. So I think that's a really good take, actually. Fake Talk says, Chase just said Higgins needs the ball more when will it happen? Who knows? Yeah, exactly. Chase quote said, I told T you gotta ask for the fucking ball or something like that. I saw it on Twitter. Samson says, gotta be JMO or Tucker. Bears D sucks. That's fair. That's very fair. Captain Clutch Pants, what's up, my man? Trade Brian Thomas Jr. and Ladd for Matthew Golden and T-Mac. I think that's too far for me. I want the BTJ and Ladd side. I still believe in Ladd. We saw what he did against the Texans in the playoffs last year. Yeah, they've added Keenan Allen, and that's going to eat into his targets a little bit, but I want a piece of that offense. I still believe in the talent with Ladd. Brian Thomas Jr. is going to turn things around. Golden, we're still waiting for that breakout game. I think it's going to happen this week against Dallas, but we're still waiting for that. And T-Mac, good things coming, but it's the Panthers. Kind of comparable to the situation Brian Thomas Jr. is in with the Jaguars. I just like Ladd that much more. Incredible. I mean, look into your crystal ball. What do you see? 4 games until he's back on the IR. I would hate to see that, but very possible. Hey, as many questions as you got, Sergio. I appreciate you being here. Hope you're having a good night. Last question from me. Houston Texans defense or Green Bay defense? Ooh, okay, now this is a good one. Houston a bit iffy, but gut feeling Cowboys have something to prove. Yeah, I'm going with the Texans defense. I still think it's an elite defense. The Packers are a very good defense as well, but the Cowboys are capable. And when I go to the data, what it shows me, I'm gonna look at turnovers because turnovers make a difference in fantasy scoring for defenses. The Houston defense has only allowed 7 touchdowns. That's a little bit below average. A little bit below. They've gotten 3 interceptions, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, the Texans have thrown 3 interceptions. They've gotten 1 interception. Let me pull this up. The Texans only have 1 interception. That doesn't seem right, but actually I think it is because I'm looking at the data. I'll go to the player stats, defense, interceptions. Dang, Texans only have 1 interception. Okay, yeah, that's right. What about fumbles? They've only got 2 fumbles forced and 1 recovered. They have blocked the kick. How many defensive touchdowns do they have? I don't think they have any. But still. Okay, well, that didn't really lead to the path that I wanted to go down that I was thinking of, but Texans defense allowing about 200 yards passing per game. They've given up 3 passing touchdowns. Those are both a little bit below the average. Rushing, they're giving up 100 rushing yards per game. It's a little bit above the average. They've given up 4 rushing touchdowns. That's also above average. Teams have run a decent amount of plays against them, and total yards per game it's right super average. So the Titans, though, they've only scored 17 points per game, 3 total touchdowns this season. The Titans are terrible. The Titans have thrown an interception, right? They've only got 1 rushing touchdown, 250 yards per game. I think I'm going to go Texans defense. Trust the gut. Old School says, is it worth it to hold McLaurin? Oh, yeah. Oh, you got to hold McLaurin. He'll be back soon. It's a quad thing going on. He's going to miss this game. He'll be back in a game or 2, maybe 3 games at the worst, 4 games, worst case scenario. I think you got to hold him. Did I miss something today? Did McLaurin go to IR today? Did I miss something? I don't think he did. I've got McLaurin on my oldest Dynasty league right now, which is a managed league. I'm pulling it up. I'm looking at McLaurin right now. He's out. He's not going to injured reserve. He'll be back in like 2 or 3 weeks, and I think he is worth a hold. Do you think Rico Dowdle for a handcuff looks good now that Hubbard already has a calf injuries? Yes. Yeah. I think Dowdle's in a pretty decent handcuff, pretty top tier handcuff, probably a top 10 handcuff in the league. Like very good. Man, I'm so far behind. I'll catch up with y'all. Thoughts on Charbonnet? Yeah, what's up, Raptors Enjoyer? How we doing? And K9, I have Sharb. Should he be my flex spot moving forward? I'm pretty biased, but I'm leaning into Ken Walker. I think Ken Walker's the guy you want. I think Charbonnet is going to be hard to know when to trust, hard to know when to start, unless Ken Walker goes down. Yeah, we just saw a pretty decent game from Charbonnet. I'm going to pull it up right now. The game from Charbonnet, I mean, I watched it. I'm going to make it official. I'm going to pull up in the stats. He only played 47% of the snaps, so that's not incredible. He only had 39 rushing yards. He just happened to get the touchdown. Still 11 points in half-point PPR. I'm not psyched on Charbonnet. I think it's like a low end flex play, and he's a better contingent play if Ken Walker goes down. Yo, what's up, Gian? How we doing? How we doing? Start DK Metcalf or Trey Tucker. Go with DK Metcalf. I think DK Metcalf with Aaron Rodgers against the Vikings. Not the worst spot to be in. The Vikings defense is pretty good. Definitely a good pass rush, but Aaron Rodgers has been putting up a good number of passing touchdowns, and DK has been a good target for him. I think there's a chance to have some success against the Vikings in Ireland in Dublin tomorrow. So cheers to Dublin, and let's go DK. Let's not chase the week 3 from Trey Tucker, the career day. But it is a good matchup for Trey Tucker against the Bears as well. I still want to go with DK Metcalf. I'm already talking to Keenan. Hell yeah, let's go. Yeah, what's up, Jay? Flex one. Henderson, Waddle, or Johnston, half PPR. Ooh, that's actually tough because Waddle's in a super plus matchup. I'm gonna pull up Waddle. So Waddle, kind of a rough start. Week 1, week 2, week 3, he's averaging, 13 and a half fantasy points and half PPR. He's averaging 5 receptions a game in the last 2 games, about 60 receiving yards. He's got a touchdown in each of the last 2 games. I think it's a plus matchup against the Jets. So I think you can expect Waddle to have a nice game, kind of like what he's had the last 2 games. And he has a really high ceiling. We've seen Waddle's ceiling. On the other hand, Quentin Johnston is kind of been a super breakout guy. 2 touchdowns in week 1, 1 touchdown in week 2. Still had 10 targets, 6 receptions, 89 yards last week against Denver. He's now getting a New York Giants defense. I think it's a plus matchup. I think I'm a slight lean to Quentin Johnston over Waddle, which sounds crazy, but I'm a slight lean there. I just have more faith in the Chargers and the Dolphins at this point. And then I think over Henderson too, but we might see Henderson start to do something based on all the fumbles Ramondre and Antonio Gibson had last week. I mean, it's just Trevin Henderson. We're still waiting to see it and him get more involved. I'm going to go Quentin Johnston. Sue me for taking Quentin Johnston over Jalen Waddle, but I think I'm there. Cheers. Hey, appreciate you, Mando. Yeah, what's up, Santos? How we doing? Starting lineup. Fields, Brown, Bijan, Ladd, Sutton, Fannin, JMO, Chargers D, Kicker, Fairbairn, benches, Hollywood, Burrow, Jacory, Krosky Merritt, a.k.a. Bill, Goddard, Kittle, Jacoby Myers. I like it. Vikings D and Godwin. Do I change anything? Okay, yeah. So you're good with Chargers defense. I like Fannin. Let's go with Fannin. It's kind of fun. Goddard's not a bad option either. I do think they're going to throw a little bit more against the Bucks, but I like Fannin. I like Goddard. I'm probably the only one I want to start is I want to start Jacoby Myers. I just don't know how you get there because I still want Jameson Williams over him, but I really like Jacoby Myers. Obviously, you have to start another running back, so that's why you're playing Chase Brown. I think it's maybe too much to start Bill over Chase Brown this week, but maybe next week that's the obvious play. So I think you're good for now, but I want to find a way to get Jacoby in your lineup, and I want to replace Chase Brown. So you might be looking at a trade on the horizon where maybe you can sell high on a Sutton, start Jacoby Myers over Sutton, and then replace Chase Brown with somebody you can get for Sutton if you can sell high on Sutton. That's kind of what I'm thinking. What do you guys think? Hey, how we doing, Anthony? What's up, brother? Make sure you guys, if you're new, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you slap a like on the stream. Help me out. Um, help the channel out. And I appreciate y'all being here. Thanks for the questions in the chat. This is fun. We're getting through a lot tonight, getting some really good questions and talking ball, talking everything week 4. We're gonna be ripping some drafts soon. So once it's gonna take me forever because I mean you guys know. What's up, Jordan? What's up, Fluent? We got TFW. We got Who Hames chilling. We got Captain Moist Beard. We got Trone Force. What's up, brother? Silent Static, of course. BKGJ. What's up, my friend? Good to see you again. Joshua Lee in the house and Foreign Barber. What's up, all you guys? I'm going to work my way through these questions as fast as I can. We're going to draft some teams. We got the biggest Bob in here. A lot of good people in here tonight. Hope you guys are having a great Saturday night. Hope you're having a great weekend. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hitting the like on the stream. Trade ETN, T-Mac, and Chase Brown for Bucky and Rice. Ooh, I love this. I want Bucky over Chase Brown and over ETN. I want Rice over T-Mac. But it's close because T-Mac's playing. Rice is not playing yet. Rice comes back week 6. He comes back week 7, right? He comes back week 7. He has the week 10 bye. If you're in a good spot, if you have some depth, if you can afford to wait while Rice is out and has a week 10 bye, I want the Bucky and Rice side. Yeah, Bucky and Rice, Dirty Pino's ball. Ricky Bullets. Yeah, there we go. Fluent. What's up, brother? Would you trade Chase? I'm assuming you mean Jamar Chase for JSN at this point. Yeah, I think so. Without Joe Burrow, I'm pretty worried. JSN's killing it. Sam Darnold's capable. The Seahawks are good. It wasn't a big showing Thursday night for JSN, but let's do it. Let's get JSN. I think I'm there, which sounds crazy, but start. What's up, biggest Bob? Oh my God, 25 minutes ago. My bad. Hope you're still here. Hope you're having a great night. Appreciate the questions. Start Waddle or Mooney in the flex 12-team half-point PPR. Give me Waddle. Yeah, give me Waddle there. Give me Waddle. Jamar Chase for JSN. What color paint are you huffing? Stay away from the metallics. But dirty. I mean, do you still believe in the Bengals? Do you still believe in the Jake Browning ability to get Jamar Chase there? JSN's look pretty legit. I mean, it's tough. It's like the brain versus the heart versus what we know, what we've known, what's going to happen in the future. I think it's really close for me. I think if you're trying to sell Chase Brown, I think JSN is like comparable to what you would want to get. Maybe I'm crazy. I think on Tuesday night, Hardman was saying he would trade trade Jamar Chase for Brian Thomas Jr. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's what we were saying. Will Quentin Johnson actually keep this up? I think so. I'm hearing a lot of good coach speak. For the Chargers, they've got Jim Harbaugh's got a lot of faith in him. Greg Roman loves him. So I think this is a real year 3 breakout. We saw a lot of touchdowns come for QJ last year, and now we're just seeing that chemistry, that connection with Justin Herbert continue to grow. And I think this is legit. I think he's like a touchdown, machine. Yeah, it's tough. BKGJ, what's up, brother? How to manage avoiding players who are studs when they may underperform predictably, or you have a rising commodity and want to play them instead. How to manage avoiding players who are studs, or you have a rising commodity you want to play instead. So we're in week 4 now. I have a rule. I wrote it down in my iPhone notes in 2020. It said, always start your studs through week 3. So through the first 3 weeks, I'm always starting the guys I drafted to be my starters. unless there's injury, there's obvious, downgrade in their snaps or whatever. Trust your studs for the first couple weeks. Get some data. About week 4 is when I start to make more decisions around, do I actually want to start the guy who I thought was going to be a certain guy, or do I want to start someone who's actually producing? So, for instance, if you've been playing Brian Thomas Jr. because you drafted him in the first or second round, and he's done nothing for you for the first 3 weeks, you still are going to start him in week 4. But after week 4, you might be starting Jacoby Myers or one of the guys you have on your bench. Who else could it be? It could be, I don't know. I was going to throw out a crazy name, but I can't really think of one because a lot of the guys who are pretty deep have gone up and down. But yeah, I think one more week we have enough data to figure these things out. But if you have a guy like Cam Scadaboo who's rising rapidly, like, get him in your lineup. Not so silent majority. What's up, brother? How we doing? Not great options. Need one flex. Hollywood, Bill, Tootin, Chubb, or Hunter Henry. Tight end Henry, the best choice, or look for ceiling with running back. Always look for ceiling. Appreciate the question. Hope you're having a great Saturday. I always play for ceiling. We're trying to win first. We're not trying to win fifth. We're trying to win every week. We're not just trying to get by. So we want to be the best we can be, with our flex options. I don't know if this is crazy. I'm kind of leaning Hollywood because I just don't even know how much Worthy's going to play. I also don't mind Bill. I'm going to pull up Ja'Cory real quick. He's questionable, though, but he's expected to play. He's only playing about 40% of snaps, but we've seen what he can do. He's had some big games. He's had 2 touchdowns. I'm Bill over Tootin for right now. I don't love Chubb. I don't want any part of the Houston except for Nico. I can't in good faith start Chubb. I wasn't really drafting him. Let me pull up Hollywood one last second. Hollywood Brown. I mean, we saw what he did in week 1, right? He hasn't scored yet, though. Against the Ravens, it's his former team. It's a revenge game, whatever that means. I'm going to go Hollywood, a slight lean over Bill. Who Hames? It does not make me feel better. Just traded Keenan Allen for Downs was a third in Dynasty. Okay, I'm cool with that in Dynasty. Dirty is definitely in on Jamar Chase. He's going to hate my answer that I made 5 minutes ago from his response 30 minutes ago. Okay, I do like this idea. So GJ giving some good advice too. If you're going to ship Chase, get some side action too. We're going to get those glasses. Silent static. These are 1 of 1. I mean, these are impossible to get, I guess. They're technically Ray-Bans, but for all intents and purposes, they are also meta glasses that have augmented reality where I can see all of the stats, all of the data I need in real time right in front of my face that helps me make all these decisions and give all these answers. So I'm living in the future. Also, it helps me with light mode so I can do things like look at ESPN without going blind. I don't know if, let me know in the chat. Like, I haven't logged into ESPN in years, but is it that simple that if I just log into my ESPN, can I switch the settings to dark mode? Because that would help me out a ton. Because I look at ESPN way too often to keep it on light mode if there's a better option, but I'm pretty sure it's just light mode. And I'm not going to go through my Google Chrome and make some manual changes to kind of like manually shift it to dark mode, even though they don't have the toggle on their website. I know that's possible too. I just don't want to go that far into it. Oh, Dirty P going after it. Wow. Dirty's just on one. Love to see it, though. Love the energy. Okay, what's up, Jordan Reese? Theo Johnson, Jonnu, or Waller? Give me Jonnu. I don't believe in Theo Johnson. I'm afraid to start injured players, so I don't want Waller, and I don't think he has shown anything yet. Jonnu, top 5 tight end last year, killer. I think it's a decent matchup against the Vikings as well. It's not the worst matchup. It's a top 15 tight end matchup, if I'm not mistaken, top 16. Yo, what's up? TFW Edits. How we doing, brother? Saquon for Chris Olave. I think that would be, you can get more for Saquon, but Saquon for Amon-Ra. Saquon and Amon-Ra for Travian Harvey and a first and T-Mac. I mean, in Dynasty, it's so hard to conceptualize these kind of moves, but sounds crazy. That's a first and T-Mac might get you Amon-Ra. So then you're giving Travion and Harvey for Saquon. Seems kind of crazy, but I don't know. It's hard. Dynasty, I never know. Bro, what do you think, Gino or Purdy? I got to play Trey Tucker. If you're playing Trey Tucker, I still think I want Purdy in the Niners against the Jags. Gino, up and down, hit or miss. I think Purdy's better. I'm going to let my dog out to go pee. I'll be right back to answer more questions. No doubt. I'm catching up. We're almost getting there. Let me run the Genty hype video. I'll be right back letting the dog out to go pee. I mean, that's the Genty we know, we love, we watched late at night during the Mountain West action, these late games that came on for college football last season. That's the guy we want to see. We're going to get it at some point this season. It's just not yet. The Raiders' offensive line's been pretty underwhelming. The dude, we want to see him hitting the Mock Arena in the end zone with his boys sooner than later. But man, has it been a slow start for Genty, unfortunately, because of the situation. Running backs are so dependent on that. I mean, he hit pay dirt. He scored in week 1, but been tough sledding ever since. I'm going to hit another clip. A quick one. I got to close the door. Now the dog just popped back in. I'm running the Diggs clip. We've been talking a lot about Diggs tonight. Here's the defining play of his career. Let's roll the Diggs clip, and then I'm going to get back to the questions, and then we're going to draft some teams. Be back in 10 seconds.
Diggs.
Stephon Diggs.
Diggs is the guy.
Diggs. 100%.
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
There's actually seems to be a few guys that don't think that.
I'm a great guy. Classic. Okay. So I'm going Purdy, Captain Royce Beard. I'm going Purdy. Let's have some faith in Purdy. What's up, Trone? Would you trade Christian McCaffrey? Okay. Try to take a deep breath. Anytime, I mean, I haven't even read the rest yet, but anytime we start with, would you trade Christian McCaffrey? My answer is going to be no. But what are we going to get here? Let's see. Would you trade Christian McCaffrey, McLaurin, and Kupp, and Wandale for, this is a big trade. Christian McCaffrey and 3 receivers. One of them injured but could be good. One of them old and bad. One of them pretty good but has a low floor sometimes because the Giants suck and their quarterback changed. So what's going to happen next? James Cook. Okay, we got some comparable value to McCaffrey, but not quite. A.J. Brown, better than McLaurin. Rashee Rice, the best receiver that I've seen so far in this whole trade. And Hawkinson. Hawkinson doesn't move the needle for me at all. So this is, and it's in PPR, substitute London for A.J. Brown and Hunter Henry for Hawkinson. It doesn't really move the needle for me. I mean, well, geez, I don't know. The question becomes, would you rather have James Cook, A.J. Brown or London, and Rashee Rice? Or would you rather have McCaffrey, McLaurin, and Wandale? Because that's the way I'm going to start those guys. It's kind of actually close. I want the best player. I want Christian McCaffrey in PPR. I'm not giving him up. It sounds like you do need wide receiver help. I want to know the rest of your team. If there's no way you only have McLaurin, Cup, and Wandale, though, right? So you'll be fine. Keep McCaffrey in PPR. Who do I have winning, Bears or Raiders? That's a great question, too. I'm going to go with the Bears. Any props I recommend? Nothing crazy, nothing explicitly, but if I just go into my data, and I'll share this too, and this is nothing like sophisticated, but we're looking at this game, and we'll start like just looking on at this right here. So it's a 48.5 over under, Chicago minus 1.5. I'm probably taking the under. I'm more of an unders better. I'm probably just taking the under. That's one of the highest totals of the week, 48.5. I just think that's generally going to hit the under most times, I would guess. Chicago's averaging 25.3 points a game, and they're giving up 31. Las Vegas is only averaging 18 points a game, and they're giving up 25. So let's give Las Vegas a slight bonus for playing Chicago because they're giving up so many points. But, if the over-under was what we said it was, 48.5, and we're going to chalk up Chicago to 25 of those points, that's going to leave about 23, 24 points left. Can Vegas get there? I don't know. I would say I take the under. I'm going to let the dog out of the office real quick. Be back in 10 seconds. 1 sec. Be right back. And she's inevitably going to come right back and want to come back in the office, but gotta accommodate her. Other than that, I mean, total touchdowns. Yeah, the Bears give up a lot. They've scored a decent amount. The Raiders haven't scored a whole lot of touchdowns. They've given up a lot. I guess my two favorite bets would be Chicago minus 1.5 is a fine bet, and then under is the other one I like. But let me know if you've gotten any that you've been thinking about. Silent static. And the dog is back. Okay, 1 sec. Whoosh. Sorry about that. Gotta accommodate the doggo. You guys know how it goes. And then any good props? I'm not sure. I haven't really looked at the props in that game. I don't have one off the top of my head, but the way the Bears have 9 touchdowns, they've got 7 passing and 2 rushing. You'd kind of want to bet on them to score a passing touchdown before a rushing touchdown. And if you think about who's their favorite target, it's Rome Odunze. So I haven't seen this prop, but whatever odds you can get on Rome Odunze being the first touchdown scorer, I think is kind of fun. I don't have any strong recommendations there. Green Bay defense getting 7 sacks, 12 points against, all long field goals. That's a strong take. Yeah, could happen. We know the Cowboys are willing and able to make the long field goals. So playing Laporta with Theo Johnson for DFS. With Theo Johnson? Playing Laporta with Theo Johnson? I'm not interested in Theo Johnson in any format, anywhere, anytime, ever. I have no faith in Theo Johnson. But I like Laporta. Y'all are going after it. Y'all are funny. Sharb runs in the right direction at least. Whoa. Ken Walker does run backwards a lot and side to side, but also he breaks some nice plays. I mean, this Seattle offensive line I thought was going to be better than they were. They've got some bad weak links. I think it's their right guard. His name's escaping me, but I saw some Twitter highlights like highlighting how bad their right guard is, and like one of the worst in the league. Terrible blocker. Yeah, I like Ken Walker. What's up, Josh? Joshua Lee. Start 3. London, Pickens, Myers, Olave. Is it crazy to bench London? I don't think it's crazy to bench London with what you got, but I want to start London, Myers, and Olave. I'm going to bench Pickens here. Full PPR. Yeah, I'm benching Pickens here in full PPR. I love Myers in full PPR and Olave, and I think London, he's still even though the touchdowns haven't been there yet with the Falcons passing offense, I still want to believe. Foreign Barber, how we doing, brother? Should I pick up Isaiah Likely? I think you can. I think he can be a good stash. What's up, Jamie? Jamie Parag, how we doing, brother? Sorry I missed this earlier. Yeah, been a minute. Been hella busy doing my content. Hell yeah, brother. Hope you're doing great out there. Sorry I missed you earlier. A lot of questions tonight. Hey, we're having a great time. I've been running around a little bit. Should I pick up Isaiah Likely? I think you can. We saw nothing from Mark Andrews from 2 weeks. He popped off in week 3. Can likely come back and be full strength by about week 5, 6, 7 and provide value maybe. So if you need tight end help, there's one way to look, one place to look. But I also think it might take him a while to get up to speed with the foot injury that he's coming back from, I believe, right? So you might not want to hold on to him for like the next 3 weeks while he slowly catches up to speed is what I'm thinking. Hope you're doing well out there, Jamie. Old School says, what are your top 5 sleepers? Ooh, that's a tough one, but just easy, like off the bat, love Torrey Horton, love Luther Burden. I love Bashal Tootin. If we're going super deep, give me some Jaden Blue. I want to see him on the field. Come on. And then, so that's as deep as I can get. He's not even playing right now. Dante Thornton. I like Dante Thornton a lot. We're talking a lot. Everyone's talking about Alec Aomanor. Wait until we see Dante Thornton catching some deep balls. I think he's like a Quentin Johnston light. Ayo, Hartman. I hate JSN, and I would trade Chase for him. So Hartman and I were talking about this. You know what's crazy? I brought this up. It's now been 20 minutes ago, but it was like an hour ago that Dirty was going off about this and bringing it up. But yeah, I'd probably say Chase for BTJ also. Jake Browning can't put together a functioning offense. Chase is a boomer bust guy with super high ceiling now. Dirty, yeah, we know where Dirty stands. Raptor says, yeah, Chase floor is super low with Browning in the O-line. I think it's the O-line mostly, and it's also Browning, but it's the O-line too. Foreign Barber wants to know, start Drake London, T. Higgins, Keenan Allen, Jerry Jeudy, Ayo Manor, Juwan Jennings, or Jordan Addison. I have a lot of wide receiver. Who should I drop? I'm 0-3. Oh no, 0-3. Okay, start Keenan Allen. Bench T. Higgins. Start Drake London. You could start Jerry Jeudy. I would bench Ayo Manor. bench Jennings because I think he's hurt. Bench Addison because it's not the worst matchup. It's not the best matchup, but we haven't seen Addison back in action yet. But don't drop Addison. And if you have to drop someone, I'm honestly dropping Ailmanor right now. You just can't drop T. Hey, Chris, sorry I missed you earlier. Chris B, what's up, brother? Thank you for the kind words. As always, my man, good to see you here. Hope you're having a great weekend, a nice Saturday night. Appreciate you, my man. Hope you're doing good. Sorry I missed this 20 minutes later. I guess I've been running around. I grabbed a beer, I let the dog out 3 times, and I've been answering questions as fast as I can, but I'm trying to give good answers too, and I'm kind of getting caught behind. But let me scroll down and see what we got going on. Oh my gosh. Jamie, my man, with the super chat. Missed it 6 minutes ago, but I hope you're sticking around. I can catch some of those kind words sent your way. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the super chat, my man. Always appreciated. Yeah, send you a super chat, pay for the dog sitter. Yeah, you know how it goes. I'm assuming you got dogs too. I mean, you're the dog pound. You got the Browns logo, the dog. But late at night, the dog. She's usually sleeping, but if I stream for 2, 3, 4 hours, yeah, she eventually wants to leave the office. She likes to patrol the house. She likes to go out every once in a while. And take care of her. She's my old girl. But I appreciate the super chat, man. Too kind, too kind. I was just scrolling down to see what we got because I'm so far behind. And then Jamie saying, yeah, Burden, Tootin, Horton, agree on sleepers. Not a fan of Blue. Don't sleep on Tillman. Yeah, Tillman's a good one too. We'll come around on Blue. We got to get Blue some game action first. Shout out to LKFJA. We'll call him LK. What's up, brother? The not so silent majority again. Cash Campata. What's up, brother? Chris B in there, my man. Appreciate you. Yeah. I got all the guys in here. Huham's still in here chilling. Cool. Sweet. Okay. Yeah. Hell yeah. Nice. I'm scrolling through, making sure anyone who's shown up, I just give them a little hello because I know I'm so far behind, but I'm trying to catch up on the questions. And I will get through them. We'll do this. Oh my God, Hartman. I have no idea what you're saying. Hartman's had one too many Kierans tonight. Pounding some brewskis, isn't he? I can already tell by this next response. I found it. I found where we are. Browning could do better. I worry mostly about the offensive line. Oh, a whole dang museum in here? Yeah, well, I'm showing off the best trophies. I got the wifey, the kids. Got some... There's a fun one. There's me at the LA Coliseum when Texas played USC. That was like 5-6 years ago. I have a trophy coming soon. The Fanspeak Network is sending me a trophy as the first inaugural winner of the Best Ball Jeopardy. So that's coming soon. I'll have that trophy. I'll probably put it right around here when I go live. But what's funny is this is my office, but it's also my wife's office, and she works from home probably twice as much more than I do. And so I use this office for streaming, but it's honestly really her setup, which is kind of funny too. And she is a therapist. She's a psychologist, a clinical psychologist. So she actually sees patients and like telehealth and stuff virtually, and has this kind of background. So I'll sneak some football stuff in here, every once in a while. We can open up the drawers and bring out a little Kansas City or a little Texans hat or something. I usually bring this out when Huham's is on the channel. I forgot. It was stowed away. I could have brought that out when Huham's came out on earlier this week, but I totally forgot it. But yeah, it's gotta profesh it up. Keep it a little bit. It's not really the man cave. This is kind of just like the office. But I used to stream out of my garage, which part of the name of Fantasy Football Garage is because I literally started streaming in my garage, and that's kind of my man cave. That's where I have like my home gym, all my tools and shit. And if you go back and look at like my earliest videos, you can see my background there. There's a lava lamp. There's a ton of football memorabilia, whatever, all that kind of stuff. But you're right. I do need more trophies. Hey, appreciate you being here. Thanks for the kind words. This is the week Woody Marks outsnaps Chubb. I think he easily could, right? This could be the week. Give me one sec. Okay. So yeah, Woody Marks could be outsnapping Chubb. Hey, thanks you. Anthony. Okay, not so silent majority is Anthony. Should be easy to remember. We got Anthony Best Ball on call in here as well. So a couple of Anthonys. What are you willing to give up to get Rashee Rice? I think I would give up. Am I crazy? I might give up CeeDee Lamb because Rashee Rice comes back fully healthy week 7, plays week 7, 8, 9. We're hoping to get CeeDee Lamb back in week 11 after his bye. I don't think he plays before then. Maybe we get better news. I honestly don't think so. Then CeeDee Lamb comes back in week 11 and he's 90% of what he should be. And he's like kind of hampered by the injury. Do we just want a piece of the Chiefs offense more? Is Rice just going to, I don't know. I think CeeDee Lamb would be like the injured answer. Let's see if Hartman gives a good answer on this one. But also for Rashee Rice, I'd be willing to give up like a strong RB2 that, easily like a guy like Pollard or ETN once, or maybe even Montgomery, right? Okay, my crazy dog keeps circling. She's going, I don't know what she's looking for. She's looking for something in the house. I think she's looking for my wife who's asleep. Okay, this is what I was waiting to see. Candyman watching explicit material on his Meta glasses while he pretends to look at football. What a time to be alive. I will say. Nobody goes on ESPN, just shut it off and find a better site. Yeah, 100%. I only ever use it to see the scheduled and matchups and then the Vegas lines. But yeah, when was the last time anyone used ESPN? 100% agree. Buy Chase in all your leagues. Can't forget what Jake Browning did in the past. Yeah, 2023, I think is the shout out. Hey, Pete, appreciate you. Who Hames and Hartman are going live tomorrow morning before the main slate kicks off. They have a weekly show. Make sure you check out Who Hames YouTube channel. Go sub there and catch he and Hartman doing prep for week 4 right before the games kick off. I'll be in the chat. I'll be lurking. I'll be listening. A Jamar Chase clip. Okay, I'm gonna roll the intro. He's in the intro, Dirty. I do need a better one, but let's roll the intro. But overall, it's like the guy can ball. Like actions speak louder than words. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Fantasy Football Garage. I'm Chris the Candyman, and that's how I intro. But yeah, that's T. Higgins and Jamar Chase doing their little handshake in the end zone. Can't forget, you're not wrong. This might just not be the season. I don't know. Chase all day, Browning gonna turn it around. So my problem is not so much Browning, it's the offensive line I'm scared about. Tron4 says, in regard to the CMC trade earlier, my other RBs are Barkley, Jalen Warren, JCM, wide receivers Tyreek, DK, and Travis Hunter. I think you'll be okay with Tyreek and DK. If Travis Hunter can turn it around, that'll be nice, especially for a flex. You've got Barkley and Warren. Let's start Barkley, Warren, and McCaffrey every week, obviously. Bill's a nice to have. If anything, sell high on Bill when you get a chance and get a better receiver in that way. Or you could group like Bill and McLaurin together. Some people might not like that because they're on the same team, but I like the Commanders. And then try to upgrade receiver that way. Oh, no, just my dog. Yeah, she's just old and she needs a lot of attention. She's kind of a restless sleeper. If I'm still awake, I'm keeping her up. She waits for me to like go to bed for the night. Her little dog bed is like right here. She just went in the living room. I think she's looking for my wife because she went in and out of the office like 3 times. My bad. But I'm the only one awake. If I don't assist her, she's gonna tap the door and scratch the door, and I don't want her to wake someone else up, and I don't want her to scratch the door. And she's too old for me to change her ways. Okay, F-Jaw. What's up, brother? When Purdy got hurt, I started Caleb Williams. He came in clutch my last matchup. Do I ride it out with Caleb or trade Purdy and start Purdy or start Purdy? This is a good matchup for Caleb. I think it's a decent matchup for Purdy as well, but it could be better. So I'm going to ride Caleb Williams this week, but I'm cool with having both. At the same time, if it's single quarterback and you're feeling very confident with Caleb, let's go. And you could trade Purdy for sure, 100%. What you can get for him in single quarterback, I'm not 100% sure, but better than just letting him sit on your bench, right? So that's not a bad idea. Yeah, I think the worst part about the Bengals O-line is that it's really hurting Chase Brown. Oh, Crispy's too nice, too kind. Yes. Oh, thank you, sir. Hope you're having a great night, Crispy. Let's go, Jets. We got the Jets. Jets in prime time against the Miami Dolphins. I'm pulling for the Jets. I think it'll be a fun game. Leave the door open. That's the other thing. I could leave the door open. I probably should. I didn't expect her to try to like go out that door so much. Maybe I should just leave it open. I'm also like yelling into a microphone and I don't want my voice to travel down the hallway. Purdy or Daniel Jones this week. I think Daniel Jones, because Purdy's coming off the injury, cash, but it's actually a close one. Daniel Jones rushing upside really helps. Purdy's obviously got the better offense, we think, in that, McCaffrey being the engine there. But with like Juwan Jennings out, no Pearsall back, Kittle out, it actually hurts Purdy just a little bit. Thanks again to Jamie for the super chat. Appreciate you, my man. Okay says he had Burrow, but once he got hurt, added Rattler. It's fine. Got desperate and traded Kraft for Dak. Kraft got hurt. Have Hunter Henry starting now. Will I regret this move? I personally, in a single quarterback, would want Kraft over Dak. But if you're trying to replace Burrow, I can see how you got desperate and needed to make a move. And you have Hunter Henry now. You'll be okay. You'll be all right. I think it's not going to ruin you. But like, I am pretty high on Kraft. Barry Sanders ran the wrong way a lot too. That's hilarious. Yeah. And Christian Watson should be back week 6 and just got paid. Some people are. Me personally, I don't like have any stake in Christian Watson. I think it's something to monitor. I think we're also going to see Jaden Reed back around that time, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm pretty bullish on Matthew Golden. Hopefully we get a Matthew Golden breakout game against the Cowboys. Would be sweet. So Christian Watson, speculative ad, speculative watch, but I don't know what to think. It's been a while. Yeah, it's kind of tough. I can see that too. It's been tough so far, but I think you got to, at some point, because they spread it around so much and they also don't need to throw it a ton. Oh my God, I should have scrolled down more. Rapid fire these questions because you're way behind. Oh, you're so right. I really need to rapid fire them, but I appreciate the $2 donate. Thanks, man. Very much appreciated. And I will rapid fire these. A $5 dono from Anthony. Just found your channel. Great interaction info. Thanks, sub. By the way, Browning supported Chase in 23. Okay, so Anthony and Dirty P, they're on the same page. Yeah, I think so. Mathology was telling me that this stat back in 23, Browning had 7 starts. He was a top 12 quarterback in 5 out of 7. And so there's some indication to be bullish there. Oh, I should show this clip. I don't know if it'll play. Let me see if I have this. Oh, I do have this clip. I don't know if it'll play though. And I have to play it from... Oh my God. Okay, I don't know how I can play this clip. It's so freaking funny though. I don't know. I can't play it. But Mathology sent a video, and I'm not telling you what to do, but apparently Jake Browning's wife or girlfriend and her friends, quite a bunch. I mean, they're showing up to the games in like skin tight one piece suit thingy. I can't even describe it accurately. I don't know. Google it. Don't Google it. But hey, thanks Anthony for the dono. Appreciate you, my man. Thanks again to Jamie. You guys are too kind. Yeah, I didn't see those, and it's actually already been a while since you guys sent those, but I appreciate y'all being here. Sorry for being so late. I'm just going to try to get through the chat. So many questions, so much interaction. I think we're all here. I think Suavi's back. What's up, Suavi? Raptor Enjoyer. I think Cordell, what's up? I'll get to your question soon. And then, yeah. Okay, we're all here. I'm going to run through these questions. Gotcha. Here we go. Just wondering if Watson becomes the guy. I'm hoping Golden becomes the guy. And Dobbs has kind of been the guy too in the past. But donate to support the dog dad. Hey, appreciate you. I mean, I'm a dog dad. I literally have 2 kids. So my son is 6 months old and my daughter is 3. So shout out to the real dads out there and the dog dads. And thanks for the donos. You guys fucking rule. Fuck yeah. Appreciate y'all. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. I love Fanspeak. I'm a Fanspeak subscriber, so I have a subscription to Fanspeak premium Substack subscription. Love their content. Love Steve. Love Meg, Bruni, A-Rob, the whole crew. I've done a ton of streams with Fanspeak on their channel. They've come on here, and I did the Best Ball Jeopardy, and I won. I beat Hartman. I beat Bindles. Who else? I beat in head-to-heads. Oh, Cody from Off the Schneid. And then my last final matchup was against the kid, PPR Tyler. Knocked him down a peg. And yeah, it was super fun. Super fun. So I'm the champ. You thought PPR Tyler was going to win it? You thought wrong. PPR Tyler, he's a substitute teacher who teaches math, but couldn't tell you what 39 times 38 is. Couldn't tell you who has a bye in week 9. But a ball knower. Hey, thanks. Appreciate y'all. I'm just joking. PPR is the man. Waddle, Bateman, Mooney, or Shaheed this week in the flex. If you're just going to go one, go with Waddle. Go with Waddle there. I feel pretty good about that. Robot from the future. That's where he got those shades. I love it. Okay, we're all catching on to the theme here. Yes. I am from the future. Robot to be determined, but the shades are legendary, mythical, and 1 of 1. I'm down to give up CeeDee Lamb for Rice plus. I think that's where I'm at too. I would probably give up Lamb for Rice. I'm a Rice bull though, and his timeline obviously a lot more concrete. Yeah, Hartman. I mean, a CeeDee Lamb bull as well. Maybe your dog is looking for a chuba culapre outside the house. A chupacabra outside the house. Nah, yeah, she is. Yeah, she's on the hunt. I mean, I'm in Houston. I'm in Texas. The chupacabra. I mean, they come up north, when it starts to cool off a little bit. So their migration patterns this time of year. Wouldn't be surprised if I saw some chupacabras running around the streets late at night. I mean, this hour, it's midnight. They're definitely out right now. Cordelification. What's up, my man? Got Devonta Smith, Quentin Johnston, and Pearsall, and can only pick 2 full PPR. Who you picking? Give me Quentin Johnston and Ricky Pearsall is what I would do. Jamie's got a host. He's hosting a sit-start show on Going for Two live Sunday before the games. Hell yeah. But we don't get many questions. Could you send me some of your subscribers our way and fill out the chat with questions? Hey, my man. Too kind. And definitely, you guys, check out Jamie's channel as well. Check out his content. I know he's been in the game. He's been killing it. And he's been hanging around the streams this summer and this fall a little bit. So we're getting to know each other a little bit, and it's all good stuff. And he's a super nice guy. And he's super chat. He's supporting the channel. So shout out to Jamie, what he's got going on. And follow us all on we're all on Twitter. I'm on Twitter at FFB Garage. Jamie's on Twitter. Hartman's on Twitter. Who Hames is on Twitter. You can find us all there as well. Make sure you're subbed to these guys' channels. I need Higgins to start doing well so I can sell high for Rashee Rice. I'm in the same boat. I got Higgins in my home league. We're screwed. Ailman or Golden rest of season. What's up, Swabby? How we doing, brother? Give me Golden. Give me Golden. Coker, I watched his tape and he's legit incredible. The only problem is injuries. Even Steve Smith Sr., who does breakdowns, said Coker's legit. I agree. I'm super in on Coker. Don't have to convince me. I think PPR Tyler got me in on Coker earlier in the summer, and then we've been drafting him all summer. We got Coker in our high stakes league. I've got him in my home league in my IR right now. I've got him in my Dynasty league with Bindles. I'm super in on Coker. We need him to get right, need him to get healthy, need him to get snaps and be on the field. But he's a big play waiting to happen. Give me the most underrated league winner right now you can think of. Underrated league winner. It's going to have to be a running back or a receiver. I'm going to switch it over to running backs. Let me know if you want a receiver too, but an underrated league winner for a running back. I'm feeling like Bucky Irving is way too obvious, right? But he's expensive, but I think he's just a little bit still underrated. If I go deeper than that, if I'm thinking about running backs right now for their what they've done, they're a little bit under the radar. Let me see. I'm scrolling through some names. I mean, I was super in on Dylan Sampson, but I think his role just got completely, taken when Quinshon Judkins came back. So I think Quinshon Judkins is still a little bit undervalued, but an underrated league winner. I think Bucky Irving's fair. Jordan Mason is still so underrated. Love him. I love Jordan Mason. And then we're going deep. Tootin. Bashal Tootin. Hell yeah. Tootin. There it is. And I didn't even see that before I said it. I was just scrolling through my own names. He seems like a guy, though, that can get a lot done on a few snaps. And if he does start to take over more snaps, it'll be good. Etienne's still there. Etienne doesn't go to 0, but Tootin has a nice ability. He's super fast, and he's got a nice ability. Good with the ball in his hands. Bashal Tootin Truther, love to see it. Chris B says he's not entirely sold. Not entirely sold on Juwan Johnson. Tight end 4 in fantasy scoring, averaging 6.3 yards per target. That is true. He's catching a lot of underneath low ADOT stuff. Tough matchup in week 4 against the Bills D. Second fewest fantasy points to tight ends. High tight end 2. It's a really fair take. I mean, this is interesting. I'm learning something new. I mean, I was kind of in the camp where I'm like, okay, against the Bills though, they're just going to be a higher scoring game, so I just want to participate in that game. And so But I have to rethink here because in my home league, half point per reception, I have Juwan Johnson in my lineup right now over Harold Fannin and over Travis Kelce. But Kelce against the Ravens, do I want to go that route? And then Fannin against the Lions. I feel like I have 3 good options. I'm going to start Juwan Johnson, but this is actually getting me thinking. Loves it. Tootin' amazing. Don't think he'll get the time to display it. Yeah, I think the coach speak on Tootin's been pretty good. He'll come on late in the season, I hope. Maybe he's Bucky Irving 2.0 of 2025 season, but ETN has been getting the work so far, right? So it's true. Jamie's still here. Hell yeah. Thank you, Jamie. Small channel, but loyal viewers, lots of engagement. Take that over fake fans personally. Thank you. I appreciate y'all all. We're just here having fun. We're just chilling. I mean, we're 3 hours in. We haven't drafted a single team, but we're still going to draft tonight. I mean, it's Saturday night. Everyone in my house is asleep except for the dog who keeps waking up. But I'm ready to draft some teams. I've been chilling all day. I've been relaxing all day, watching golf, chilling with the family. I'm full of energy. I just drank a beer. Benson or Judkins. I'm not personally in on Benson, but I love Judkins. Oh, I love that. 13 and still chasing the Coyotes. Freaking love that. Or Hampton. Yeah, I think Hampton is still somewhat underrated. Hell yeah. Judkins might be the Genty we all heard about. Yeah, I still love Genty too. I think the offensive line for the Raiders is just not really giving him a break. I basically tied for second. I lost to the champ, so it's all good. Hey, yeah, whatever you need to tell yourself to sleep at night, Hartman. Better luck next year. Oh, yeah, fun. Oh, if you guys haven't seen, check out the Fanspeak Network. If you're not aware of them, go check out the Fanspeak Network on YouTube, on Twitter. They have a Substack. It's a premium subscription. It's super cheap. It's like $1 or $2 or $3 a month. It's totally worth it. Great fantasy football content, best ball content, DFS content, betting content even. They have it all going on their YouTube channel. A bunch of different personalities go on and do live streams and talk ball. And they did a Jeopardy series during the summer. There's like a ton of episodes. There was literally 15, 16 episodes of Jeopardy, whatever it was. I'm in 4 of them. But I was in the chat for most of them too. Super fun. Yeah, Rice and Lamb. There we go. And one of my leagues have Scattaboo and Henderson. I'm confident with Cam, but do I ride it out with Henderson or do I make a trade? I'm eyeing Javonte Williams. I personally want Henderson over Javonte Williams. And that sounds crazy right now, but I think going forward it's going to pan out. It's been a good start for Javonte Williams. I give him that. He's definitely got some value. I think I just want talent to win out. And maybe Javonte, prove the haters wrong kind of thing. But yo, what's up? Get wrecked. How we doing, brother? 0-3 in a home league. Yikes. Here we go. Let's help you out. Full PPR, 2 flex, running backs, Genty, Swift, Sharps, etc. Wide receivers, Justin Jefferson, BTJ, T-Mac, Wilson, Marvin Harrison Jr., Judy. Man, you got a lot of depth at wide receiver, and I don't know how you're 0-3 like that. QBs either Baker, Love, tight end Kelce. What do I do to overcome the 0-3 record? I think you need to level up your running back and sell some wide receivers because it sounds like it's where you're getting killed. The Genty, the Swift, the Sharps, etc. So I'm going to move whatever. I don't know who you can even sell. Maybe you can sell high on Marvin Harrison Jr. after he just hit. But for this week, I mean, I don't know what you have to start Genty, start Swift. You probably already started Marvin Harrison Jr., but if he's on your bench, that hurts. I'm cool with Justin Jefferson, T-Mac, and Wilson this week. Brian Thomas Jr., you might be able to, it's kind of like a sell low, though. I don't know if you can really get much for him, but somebody might still want a lot for him. But I think you might want to hold him and try to sell someone else you can get more for right now. I'm going to start Love this week over Baker. Kelsey's fine. You need to upgrade running back. You need to be Swift is a good RB3. He's an okay RB2. Genty is an okay RB2 and a good RB3. But as your RB1, obviously right now you need an upgrade. So you gotta move one of these wide receivers, I think. Hey, appreciate you, Cordell. Yeah, Jamie's the man. Appreciate you, Jamie. Pick 2 bench stashes: Travis Hunter, Ayo Manor, Jamison Williams, or Golden. Give me Travis Hunter. Give me Jamison Williams. It's tough for me to say, but if it's that shallow, I think we got to see it from Golden. And Ayo Manor is just going to be risky all season with a rookie quarterback in Cam Ward, who is taking some time to figure it out. Joshua Lee. Ayo, Jamison, another $1. This man is a legend. Appreciate you. I'm gonna scroll down fast. I'm catching up. Joshua Lee says he needs an RB2 to replace James Conner. Oh, I feel that. I lost James Conner in a league. He's got Jawan and Kraft at tight end. Hell yeah. Let's move one of those guys. Shop one of those for some or some wide receiver. I've got good handcuffs like Sharp, Tootin, but not sure they would hit. I think they'll hit later on. I think they'll be fine. Sharp is more of a contingent play in my book. Seattle Seahawks are good, though. They're going to ground and pound defense. The Mike McDaniel head coaching scheme, a lot of defense, a lot of running the ball, play action passing. I like Tootin. I think he can be more than a handcuff. Trade either Jawan or Kraft. I would preferentially trade Jawan and keep Kraft and get as much as you can and try to get a running back that you think is startable that's going to be better than Sharp and Tootin. Would love to have you come on to my sit start show. I'll send you the link in the morning. Hell yeah, brother. I may be able to make it. My general rule of thumb, Jamie, I usually never go live when my kids are awake because I'm almost always helping parenting or just like chilling with the kids or doing something. I might be able to make it tomorrow. It's rare, but I might be able to make it tomorrow. There's some stuff we have going on. The other part of it is I usually don't go live when the kids are awake because like they're all over the place. The 3-year-old wants to sit in my lap. She wants to see what I'm doing on the computer. She wants to be involved. She wants to sing her songs loudly across the house. And the 6-month-old, I mean, he's pretty quiet actually, but occasional crying into that kind of stuff. And then, occasional, okay, one of the kids needs a diaper change. And the other one is running through the kitchen or vice versa. So it's like, it becomes hard to commit to going live when the kids are awake. But I think there's rare instances when it could work. And tomorrow morning might be actually one of those times. So let me see. I will look for that link and I'll see if I can join. And I might go in the backyard and then have some like peace and quiet out there a little bit if everyone is in the house doing their thing. Might stream live from the backyard in the morning. That'd be funny. Is Jaden Blue a fade or worth holding rest of the season? It depends on how deep your bench is, how deep your league is, how shallow it is, all that kind of stuff. I think he's a hold. I'm holding out hope. I'm a little bit of a homer. I'm a Longhorn, right? So I've watched Jaden Blue. I've watched every snap he's ever played in college. He's electric. He's like a Travion Henderson light, and I think he's like a Jahmyr Gibbs light. I think he needs to get on the field. I think he needs to win over these coaches. I think he needs to. If Javonte Williams can have a resurgent career year with the Cowboys offense right now, averaging 5.4 yards per carry, I'm excited to see what Jaden Blue can do. He's way faster, way more explosive, better pass catcher. I think they just don't trust him as much right now in their offense and the scheme they're running and maybe even pass blocking, but he was a decent pass blocker at Texas, so I don't even know what the issue is exactly. The coach speak seems somewhat hesitant to give him a bigger role, but I think it'll grow as season goes on. If it's a shallow league, I wouldn't think you need to hold him, but if it's a super deep league and the waivers suck, then I would hold him. Hey, I appreciate you. Yeah, the late night fantasy chat, that's where we are. And I generally go live. I saw a question below. I generally go live 10 p.m. Eastern time, Tuesday nights, Wednesday nights, sometimes Friday or Saturday. And then during the summer, I go live around 10 p.m. Eastern time, like 3-4 days a week, sometimes even more than that. I think during the summer, I had like 12 straight days of streaming. I had like 3 or 4 weeks in a row with like 5 or 6 days streaming. So I was going hard in the summer, best ball summer. I drafted, you don't even want to know, an insane amount of the best ball teams, some dynasty teams, some high stake teams, the redraft. My home league, we're in like our 18th or 19th year of our home league. We started it when we were in high school, our freshman year of high school, and it's still going. We're about to hit our 20th year. We draft every Labor Day. So super fun stuff. So Judkins and Hampton. Yeah, underrated. I think so. Most underrated league winner for me would be Judkins. I think we're all in agreement here. I've been pretty in on Judkins when the legal stuff came out in July. I took a step back and I was not drafting Judkins pretty much after that, but wish I would have because it's all kind of cleared up and he's looking good. Who is saying CD will be out till week 11? All I heard is 3 weeks. That's what I'm saying. So high ankle sprain equals no good. So he's out week 4, week 5, week 6. I mean, does he come back week 7, 8, 9? Maybe he's not full strength. Maybe they sit him until the bye. Maybe he tries to come back and test it and he's not ready. I don't know. Maybe it's not as bad as we think. I'm pretty worried. I got CeeDee Lamb in my home league and I'm scared. Tootin is HN-esque. Yeah, I think so too, right? Kelsey getting yeah. Kelsey, the hate continues. Hell yeah. You want a contest with them? Nice. We're getting to it. Usually live, yeah. Usually 10 p.m. Eastern time, like I was saying, during the in-season content, like Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and then either Friday or Saturday. Marvin Harrison Jr. and Swift for Hampton could be a nice trade, actually, a pretty fun one. Hey, I appreciate it. I'm gonna roll this clip, let the dog out, come back, finish the questions, and let's draft some teams. Let's do it's a little bit loud, but the Cam Scattaboo clip. You all love this. God, that guy's incredible. And we knew it all summer long. Never a doubt. Never faded. Never stopped drafting him. Never went the Tracy route. Always Cam Scattaboo. It always was going to be. It was just so obvious. It was right in front of our face the whole time. If it wouldn't have been for Ashton Genty's 2024 college season, Cam Scattaboo would have been the guy everyone was talking about. Hell yeah. Check out the at IDP Center every Wednesday live at 10:15 Eastern time. Love to see it. Do offense and defense, Jamie's content. I have Chase Brown. Should I bench him for Chubb or keep going with Brown? That's tough. I personally would probably go Chase Brown. I'm pretty out on Chubb, and I don't want to even touch any of the Texans except for Nico Collins. DeMercado and AZ, super deep, right? He scored the touchdown. As an experienced parent, 2 words, cough syrup, just kidding. Oh, ha! Yeah. We're a related show. My kid, come on with me. Hell yeah. Which running back do you think would be more effective rest of season with the injury ahead of them? Monangai, Swift injury, Kendre Miller, DJ Giddens, Justice Hill. I probably would actually go Kendre Miller. I'm hearing some pretty good coach speak on him. He's looking healthy. Maybe he's out of the doghouse finally. Monangai is the next one who's interesting. Giddens, I think, is fine. Hill, I think his role stays kind of the same. He maybe gets some more touches, but I think it's actually Keaton Mitchell who would get a lot of touches in that case. Also, Caleb Johnson, I could stash. I don't know. Caleb Johnson, I'm kind of worried about. Maybe he gets more touches. They lost a lot of faith in him with that kick return. Give me 1 sec. I got to close the door. I left it open. The dog just came back in. 1 sec. Let me see if I can finally get her to settle down. She went over there and laid in the corner. Best running back stash. Monangai, Kendre Miller, Caleb Johnson, Justice Hill. I think it's kind of currently Monangai because they're about to start giving him some more touches and the offense is rolling and the Bears look pretty good. And Swift is dealing with like a quad injury. So it's currently Monangai. I think it also could be Kendre Miller throughout the season because he seems like he's locked down the RB2 spot. The Saints are one of the highest plays per game offenses. Kellen Moore doing his thing. Caleb Johnson, Justice Hill, I think to me right now, lower value. Be growing stuff. Hey, what's up, brother? How we doing? Pick one: Chase Brown, Matthew Golden, or Pittman. Give me Pittman. Give me Pittman this week. Rashard Smith also available. I don't know. I think it's Pacheco and Kareem Hunt right now, and even them, you don't want either one that much. So Rashard Smith's kind of hard for me to get to. Do I drop Ravens defense for Eagles defense? I mean, the Ravens against the Chiefs does not look great. And the Ravens actually just drop the Ravens defense, whatever you do, because they've been terrible, right? The Eagles defense, they're going up against Tampa Bay Bucks. Baker Mayfield's a little bit limited. They've got Mike Evans out. Godwin's limited. So I would take the Eagles defense this week, I think. Yeah, I think I would take the Eagles defense this week. I like the Bucks, though. I like all of their offensive weapons, right? Bucky Irving, Baker Mayfield, Emeka Egbuka. But the Ravens are like a laughing stock on Twitter. So I think you got to get rid of them. Still live, brother. The commitment is real. I'm just chilling. It's Saturday night. I want to draft some teams, but I got to answer all these questions. We've had some great questions, some great conversation, just talking ball, having some fun. I mean, the time flies when you're having fun talking ball. I mean, I 3-4 hour live streams. Lightweight, baby. Easy money. Easy. Live in ATX. I used to. I went to school there. I live in Houston, Texas now. So I'm central time zone. I'm in Houston. I'm down in the tropics, the swamp, the humidity. But I'm from here too, so I don't mind it. It's fine. But I go to Austin about once a month. I was just there last weekend. I'll be there again soon. My parents live out in Austin. My wife's parents live out in Austin. Her family lives out there. So we're out there all the time. I was just in Austin last weekend. It was great. I was hanging out with one of my buddies Saturday night, staying at my in-laws, but then I went and hung out with a buddy Saturday night. We watched college football, talked ball, played some Xbox mini putt, drank a few brews, watched some interesting YouTube videos. He has a rooftop terrace, which is pretty sick. He lives in East Austin. How about you, Miles? You in Austin? Not to dox you or anything. Houston. I mean, big city. If you can find me in the 6.8 million people that live here, good luck. Not sure Chicago believes in Monangai as a starter as much as the Saints would just roll with Kendre. That's probably also true. Let me go to the coach speak from the Bears, though. What am I looking for? From the sorry, I got distracted by a DM that was fake. Some Monangai stuff. So head coach Ben Johnson from literally yesterday. I think Kyle Monangai has done a really good job of taking what's there and lowering his shoulders and going. Let me search for Monangai. We also heard let's see. I did like a control F for it on Discord, but it actually kind of made it worse. I've seen a lot of good coach speak on Monangai. I think you're right, though. I don't think they're going to like hand him the keys to the offense with Swift out, but he might earn it. He might get the opportunity, and the offense should be scoring points. Offensive coordinator Declan Doyle from about 3 weeks ago, quote, every time we ask Kyle Monangai to do something, he does it to the best of his ability. He's a guy that we feel like we can utilize moving forward in certain roles. So, I mean, he does say in certain roles, but they are talking of him very highly. So I've been seeing that about Kyle Monangai. I think I think they like him. I think if he's forced into a role, he might be able to earn it. He handled the rock at Rutgers. He had a ton of touches, a ton of yards. So I think there's something about that. Let's stop with the question and let's draft. Okay, we're there. What are we drafting? We're drafting primetime paloozas on Underdog. And we spent so much time with questions, but we kind of reviewed the data too, but I probably won't go through the data. I'll probably just jump right into some drafts. Dropping defenses is better matchups most weeks. Calling streaming defenses. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, what's up, Arvin? How we doing, brother? Hendo or T-Mac or AJ Brown this week? Give me... Well, I normally would be saying I think Tedroy McMillan would be fun, but he's kind of dealing with like a little injury. And they're playing the Patriots. I don't know if that's a great matchup. People are saying it's a matchup to take advantage of their secondary, so maybe it is. So I'm pretty close to going with T-Mac, but I think it's just AJ Brown. So obviously, give me AJ Brown, close second T-Mac for flex spot, and then maybe Henderson later in the season. But for right now, yeah, appreciate y'all being here. Thanks for the kind words. You guys draft here? Hell yeah, brother. I mean, this is a drafting channel. We did thousands of drafts this summer. Yeah, play AJ Brown. 100%. Yeah, we'll do some drafts tonight. We're going to do some primetime paloozas on Underdog. If you're new to Underdog, if you want to jump in on the fun, use code Candyman when you sign up. And whatever their bonus match is that everyone else gets, everyone gets the same one. So I don't even know what their current promotion is. It was like $50 match. It was like a $200 match. I don't know. If you're new to Underdog and you can use a referral code, promo code Candyman, it'll just help me out. But I think most of us are on Underdog. But if you're not, I mean, if you want to check it out, I'm about to go over there and draft. We'll do it here. T-Mac got a good matchup if Gonzalez is out. Okay, that's what I was hearing too. But even with Gonzalez in, I think it could be still a good matchup, right? Last week to play AJ Brown until week 11. That's pretty funny. Yeah, appreciate y'all. Let's draft. Let's do it. Jamie's in. Okay. And then I'm going to do this. Boom. Dun, dun, dun. What's a primetime palooza? Perfect question. We'll lead into it. Anthony's on Underdog. Hell yeah. What's your? Let me know in the chat. What's your guys' what's your guys' usernames on Underdog in case I ever see you in these streets? You know, between Twitter, between YouTube, between Underdog, there's so many usernames. But okay, so let's get right into it. What is a primetime palooza? Well, there's a bunch of different slates for the NFL games for the dailies on Underdog. The primetime paloozas quickly become one of my favorites. And I'll zoom in a little bit if I can. So this particular primetime palooza, it's the NFL Sunday Night Football plus Monday Night Football slate only. They're 4-person drafts. There's $10K to first place. It's a $10 entry for this particular tournament. These primetime slates, there's $3 ones, there's $25 ones, there's different ranges of entry fees, but 11,000 people are entering this. So it's a decent size, right? 30 seconds per pick. There's 6 rounds. And it's only 15% filled. So this is not very filled at all. It will close tomorrow at 7 p.m. So I think there will be some overlay. I bet you it gets to like 60 or 70 or 80% filled. Some decent prizes, but then again, the slate, the teams that are in this, they're only teams you can draft from. We have Green Bay at Dallas Sunday night. We have the New York Jets at Miami Monday night, early game. And then Monday night, late game is Cincinnati at Denver. So there's 4 teams drafting. There's 6 starting quarterbacks. Every team can draft a maximum of 6 players, a maximum of 1 quarterback, a maximum of 1 tight end. And there's also a minimum requirement of 1 tight end, 1 quarterback. So then you have 4 other positions to fill out. You have to draft 2 wide receivers. You have to draft 1 running back, and you have a flex that can be either a tight end, a wide receiver, or a running back. So a lot of the primetime slates are Thursday night plus Sunday night or Sunday night plus Monday night. This one in particular, there's 2 Monday night games. So we get a 3-game slate versus a 2-game slate. Usually with 4 teams drafting, if there was only 2 games, there's only 4 quarterbacks. So there's some scarcity to some of these onesie positions. But with a 3-game slate, it opens it up. So like in this slate, maybe Jake Browning will not get drafted. Maybe Dak Prescott doesn't get drafted. We'll see what it comes down to. But it's a super fun tournament in my mind because you get to kind of galaxy brain around a small slate with only so many games and so many teams to think about. But that's why I've been doing a ton of research into this Green Bay versus Dallas matchup because I drafted it a bunch on the primetime Palooza slate that was the Thursday night game, the Sunday morning game with Minnesota and the Steelers. Thursday night, obviously, we saw the Cardinals and the Seahawks, and then this Dallas Green Bay one. So now the second half of this is these other 2 Monday night games. We're going to enter one of these bad boys. Get in here. Let's see how many people we need to fill it. Waiting on 2, and we'll get this thing started in a second. Jamie says he's in, and we'll get this filled in just a second. Let me run this QJ clip, this Quinshon Judkins clip. All right. Waiting on one person. So let me show y'all like the player pool. Oh, wrong screen. All right, let's just focus on it for right now. So, right, there's 6 teams. There's 3 games. Justin Fields, and only, there's 6 rounds, 4 teams, so there's only 24 players drafted. Fields, ADP about 13. I think he's kind of a priority target because his ability to score fantasy points in this slate compared to these other pocket passers like Love. Nix is more mobile, but still Fields has a big advantage on the ground. Dak, Tua, Jake Browning. So I think there's a little tier break, though, after Love. I think Fields and Love are my 2 favorites because Love also has a great matchup against Dallas. Then it's a tier break. Then it goes like, take your pick between Nix, Prescott, Tua, or Browning. For the tight ends, Jake Ferguson is the top by ADP. He's actually tied with Kraft, but Kraft been dealing with the injury. I think Ferguson getting all these, 26 targets and 22 receptions in the last 2 weeks. Now CeeDee Lamb out. I think Jake Ferguson's like a super elite tight end option right now. There's a clear tier break after Ferguson and Kraft before you get to Evan Ingram, Mason Taylor, Mike Gesicki, Darren Waller range. Pretty weak. So I really want Ferguson or Kraft on most of my teams. Running backs, you get the advantage. There's starting running backs across 6 teams. So Achane, Josh Jacobs, Dobbins, Breece Hall, Javonte, Chase Brown. I think there's a tier break after Breece Hall because Javonte Williams has kind of a negative matchup. So I would put the tier 1 running backs with Achane, Jacobs, Dobbins, and Breece Hall. The tier 2 is Javonte Williams, Chase Brown. The tier 3 is Harvey and below, where I think Harvey is somewhat viable. Miles Sanders, Ollie Gordon's pretty viable. It's tough after that. Jalen Wright, do you want Braylon Allen? I think they can hit. You really have, you're hunting for touchdowns. And so that's a big part of it. Like, can you just get a touchdown and that guy can fill your flex? You want to be scoring about, with 6 starters, you want to be averaging about minimum of 12 points per starting position per, player in your lineup. So you're looking for someone who can score and get about 50 yards or so, plus or minus at least. And then you need some top end guys like a big QB performance or a big wide receiver running back performance. The wide receivers are super deep because there's 6 teams. Chase, Wilson, Sutton, Pickens, Tyreek Hill, Waddle. I kind of have that all in the same tier. I think any of those guys is fine. And then it drops off a little bit. Golden, Higgins, Dobbs. Drops off even more. Turpin, Franklin, Tolbert, Wicks. And then it's just speculative dart throws with Mims, Sherfield, Washington, Josh Reynolds, guys that aren't really getting drafted. So that's the breakdown. That's the player pool. It's a super small player pool, only 3 games. Very fun to think about how you can win, how you can beat 11,000 other teams when the player pool is this small. You got to scroll down a little bit. You got to take some riskier options. You want to get some combinations that are maybe unique. But that's the gist of it. We're still waiting on one more to fill this bad boy. I guess because it's 2 a.m. Eastern time, the night before the slate kicks off. It's a little bit harder to fill these. Usually they fill kind of quickly, but I'm confident we can fill this thing pretty soon. And if not, we might pivot to a slightly different format. But look at that, it filled. Hell yeah, let's do this. And let's see who made it in. We got myself in the 4 spot, Darren in the 3, Kobe Goat in the 2, and Tommy Salami in the 1. Let's go. Hell yeah. Anthony is Tommy Salami. He's in the 1 spot. Jamie is Big Game. I don't see Jamie in this draft, but maybe he made it to another one. Can't figure out how to join. Oh, shit. I should have seen that. Sorry, my bad. You go to drafts. You go to the NFL slate, and you scroll all the way to the end, and you see the primetime palooza. For some reason, they put it pretty at the back end. Sorry. Do a countdown from here. Yeah, I mean, oh, the $10. Yeah, Jamie's in. I don't know how you didn't get into this one then, Jamie. Ricky Pearsall. What's up, DN? How we doing tonight? Ricky Pearsall, 1250, 86 receptions, seven touchdowns, top 12. That would be insanely good. That would be pretty impressive. We'll see. Wait, I'm out because you told me I'm going to lose. Okay, he's out because you're going to win. I don't know. Waiting for one. Yes, sir. Well, I mean, and it's funny because in these draft rooms, we're not really even competing with each other because we're trying to beat 11,000 people. So you have to beat every single person in every single draft, not just who's in your room. So I feel like drafting with someone is not a huge problem because typically you're also just trying to get the best players, but you're also trying to get stacks and all these kind of things. So this is the way the board has been rolling lately. I've noticed Achane, Jacobs, Breece Hall. I'm going to go Dobbins with one of these picks. And then I will go ahead and take Jamar Chase because I think he can break a slate. All these things considered. I'm game stacking right now in this Monday night game. I've got Dobbins, who should be able to hold it down for the Broncos. We want Dobbins to score a touchdown, maybe get a 80-yard game plus total yards. So he'll score about 15, 16 points for us, at least, maybe even 20. Jamar Chase, we need him to go wild and be a guy you have to have drafted and, put up a big game for himself. So it's a fun way to start, though. Pretty balanced. Dobbins, Chase. Let's see what the rest of the room does. Pickens goes before Garrett Wilson. I think that's fine. Kind of a tough matchup for Pickens. But if you have Breece Hall, you might not want to draft Garrett Wilson because there's only so many touchdowns to go around on the Jets. And they are consolidated. It's a pretty consolidated offense. But if you want Breece Hall to score like 25, 20 points, what are the odds he does it in the exact same week that Garrett Wilson goes off as well? So all of these things in consideration. Tommy Salami going with Achane, Sutton, Chase Brown. It's a fun start. Javonte Williams goes. So I am confident. So I assuredly can get one of Jake Ferguson or Tucker Kraft the way this is breaking down. I could also get Justin Fields. Because I have Jamar Chase, I think I do want to go Justin Fields if I can get him. Golden goes. I would have taken Tyreek Hill ahead of all of these guys, but I have to go. I'm going to go Jake Ferguson and Justin Fields because I want to have the best onesie positions here. And I'm going to push for the depth at these wide receiver 2 and the flex. I think Jake Ferguson's the best tight end on the board. I think he's a huge advantage in this format. And then I just took him. I'm not going to flex Kraft. Do I want to flex Tyreek Hill or start Tyreek Hill, or do I want Justin Fields? If I take Tyreek Hill, I have to take Tua. But I have Tyreek Hill. And I mean, the dude obviously can go off, right? I think that's actually a pretty good bet. And then I might be able to get Waddle late. I like Fields, though, his ability to put up a ton of points. QB is more replaceable. What I'll do on this one, I'm going to avoid Fields. I'm going to get Tyreek Hill. And I'm going to, if Fields is still there when it comes back around, sure, I'll take him. But I'm going to be targeting either Jordan Love, and then I'll backstack him. Although I took Ferguson over Kraft. So I'm kind of not necessarily going for Jordan Love. I don't really want Dak with Ferguson. I just don't think it's the best matchup against the Packers, but I'll have a piece of it. I'll take Ferguson. I just don't need the Dak on top. I'm thinking Tua with Tyreek could be the way. And then I don't think I'm going to Jake Browning, even with Jamar Chase going off. I think he can do it without Browning. Quarterback's the most replaceable scoring. So I'm kind of confident I can push it there. And everyone can only draft one QB. So like Fields goes, Bo Nix goes. Darren, the guy in the 3 spot, can draft a QB ahead of me at 19. But that's essentially it. So unless he takes Tua, and he has no Dolphins. So if he takes Tua here, I don't know why he would. He goes Love, which is smart. I have my last 2 picks. I'm going to go flex plus Tua. So I'm going to go Tua here against the Jets. I don't have any Jets pieces. Do I want to grab a Jet? Probably not. I'm looking at running back and receiver. I could go Dobbs to get my some access to the Packers piece against Dallas, which I think is a really big plus matchup. Otherwise, I could do Ollie Gordon to continue to take more pieces of the Dolphins, which is kind of a fun way to do it. I could pivot and scroll down from Dobbs onto Wicks. I could even go with Braylon Allen for a super deep kind of scroll down that might be relevant. I'm going to keep it simple, though, in this first one. I'm going to go Dobbs. I'm not really scrolling down to get different here. I'm going to just hope that I got some value and have a team that's pretty strong and somewhat unique just based on the value that I got. I mean, I got Tua goes where he goes. Dobbins goes where he goes. Chase, I got a slight fall on Tyreek Hill. Match it with Jake Ferguson and then throw Dobbs in there. So this combination, I don't know that it's perfectly unique. Like it definitely could be duped. So even if I won, I could be splitting it with like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other people, which is the case sometimes. I would have had to scroll down for like a Wicks or something rare, maybe like a Franklin there. I would do Franklin if I already had Bo Nix and I needed another receiver to go with the quarterback and kind of stacking that way. We've seen Troy Franklin break a slate, put up 20 points with a touchdown and 89 yards in week 2. Not necessarily break the slate, but like go off and be more than a flex. So those are all the kind of things I'm thinking about when I'm drafting these teams. I think it's super fun. They're quick to draft. There's $3 entry points. There's $10 entry point. There's $25 draft, $5 draft. This week, I think they don't have the $3, which is called the primetime hurry up, I think is what it's called, because they did it for the Thursday night and Sunday slate. But right now, I think they're trying to fill other contests still. The Battle Royale still hasn't filled yet. That's their 100,000 person plus contest for $7. That is the main slate Sunday, all the Sunday morning and afternoon games. And or I guess just afternoon games because it's not the Dublin game. But because that hasn't filled, they haven't released all these different primetime slate games. They just have the $10 option. And I saw the $5 option, but it's pretty close to filling, I thought. So my team, Tua stacked with Tyreek Hill. I've got Dobbins and Chase who are in the same game. I've got Dobbs and Ferguson in the same game. So not leaning too heavily into the Jets for a bring back there, but a skinny stack and kind of playing it this way with the receivers and elite tight end is a fun way to do it. So these are all those other contests. The Battle Royale, it's actually getting closer to filling than I thought, but it's going to fill. It'll probably fill for sure at this point. There was one other one here I wanted to point out is the primetime playbook. It's closer to being filled. It's a $5 entry and there's only 1,100 people. So it's a much smaller contest. You only get $1,000 if you win, but the odds that your team gets duped in this one is actually smaller and you could win with like a worser team than what you necessarily have to win this one, which is 11,000 people plus. It's a lot harder to win, right? Jalen Wright over Ollie Gordon on the board is insane. Is that what the ADP was showing? I didn't even notice. I wouldn't draft it that way, but that's kind of what the market is saying in that way, which could be weird. But Jalen Wright is back. Never did this one. I think these are fun. They go quick. They're hard to win. I've been cashing a bunch of them, so I've been rolling my money forward. I did about 30 of a combination of the $3 drafts doing like 15 of those. I did like 15 primetime paloozas for this week's Thursday night, Sunday morning, Sunday night slate. So I did a ton of research on the Seattle Arizona game, the Minnesota Pittsburgh game in Dublin, and I did a bunch of research on this Packers Cowboys game. And I've always been thinking this Packers Cowboys game is the way I wanted to play it. So then that one leg of the slate continues into this one where I just get to bring forward what I've known about the Packers and Dallas. And then we also have this Miami Jets team, which is like both of these defenses are worse. Both these offenses are better. So it should be a nice environment for scoring. And then Denver should dominate against the Bengals. But there's guys like T. Higgins and, Chase Brown and Jamar Chase. And so all things considered, one of those guys could still break a slate. Let's do another one. Another primetime Palooza $10 draft. Waiting on one person. Hey, AB23. Sorry, I missed your dono and your question right off the bat. My bad, man. I super appreciate it though. I get, how I get. I get into these drafts and we get all fired up and trying to explain it to the chat too and have some fun. Tommy Salami and back in this one in the 1 spot. I'm in the 3 and Kobe Goat again in the 4. So this will be a different draft. It'll be fun though. Tommy Salami double lucking in the 101. AB23, shout out to you. Hope you're having a great night, my man. Great weekend. Says trade Tyreek and T. Higgins for Pollard, Flowers, and ETN. For me, that's tough. I still want Tyreek over Flowers. I don't love Higgins. I try to move Higgins. You know what I would do, honestly? I would try to trade just Higgins for like a Pollard or like an ETN or like another running back in that kind of tier if you can get it, right? I know it's tough. No one wants to buy Higgins, but he has a name value. I think if you can get something for the name value of T. Higgins, might be worth it. It's going to be so hard to know and to trust to start Higgins going forward with Jake Browning and with this terrible Bengals offensive line. We've been talking about it all night. I've got T. Higgins in my home league. I'm benching him this week for Darnell Mooney, for Shaheed, and probably even Trey Tucker. But I might start Higgins. I just don't want to. But I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the $2 dono. Thanks so much. Very kind gesture. Going H-Chan, hell yeah. Cortland Sutton. Yeah, Cortland, this would be a career high for Cortland Sutton, but he got kind of close to it last year, right? So that's pretty fun. DN, I think you're close there with Sutton. I'm about to be on the clock here from the 3 spot. Tommy Salami. Ooh, I love this move. He's taking Jamar Chase here from the 101. That's called pulling a player up. So Chase usually goes at the 4-5 turn, and he would never go at pick 8. So if you want to get Chase on a team and get some different combos, you pull him up to the 1, and then you match him up with the player who goes at 8. That could be completely different. So that's actually a fun way to do it. I'm going to go Josh Jacobs here. I personally have Breece Hall ranked ahead of J.K. Dobbins. The ADP shows Dobbins ahead, but I think Josh Jacobs is also a smash play. Let's see if I can get one of... Now, Dobbins and Breece Hall is a nice combo for Kobe Goat there. I actually like that a lot. I'm going to go Garrett Wilson, I think. Or do I want to go Tyreek Hill? No, I'm cool with Garrett Wilson. Maybe Tyreek Hill comes back around to me. Kind of by ADP, he might. DN giving us some nice player props or projections. Rashee Rice for 1,500, 125, 9 touchdowns, top 5 wide receiver. That would be sick. If he didn't get suspended, I think that was totally possible. But like the high-end comp, right? Hell yeah, DN. I love it. I love projections. Yo, nice and blunt. Evan Ingram probably a sneaky value in this. You think so, bro? I worry about the injury, but I think we're always looking for like an edge on how to play tight end, and if he is getting kind of taken late in these because of the injury or because he hasn't performed big yet, I think that's actually a nice call. How you doing, nice and blunt? Hope you're having a great night, my man. I'm gonna go Tucker Kraft with my first one. Is that stupid? Should I go Javonte? It's such a negative matchup. Also, Kobe Goat cannot take a running back because he already has 2. You can't take 3 running backs. So knowing that, I'm actually going to push Javonte Williams and hope he doesn't take. Let me go Fields here because I have Garrett Wilson, and actually Nice and Blunt is kind of like I'm thinking about it because I might just go Javonte Williams anyways. He goes Kraft Love. He couldn't have taken Javonte Williams. I'm going to get Javonte Williams to go with Jacobs, Garrett Wilson, and stacked Fields. And then, honestly, I don't mind Waddle here either. But let me go ahead and do this. And then I'm going to do a late tight end move on either Ingram or Mason Taylor, or even Gesicki, I think is fine if you're going to go late. We'll see what we can get. But I like the shout on the Evan Ingram going later. So I'm gonna test that out if I can get it. Here's how the draft is broken down so far. But yeah, at the end, I love projections and doing that kind of work and stuff too. So hell yeah. Thanks for sharing. Hope you're having a good night, man. Just wanted to be diverse. No, 100%. Quick $10. Yeah, yes, sir. Went with Nick Sutton stack. I love it. Yeah, your last one. I like that. Ooh, getting different here because you kind of go the late running back approach. I think Harvey and Allen, if you're going to go super late running backs, you kind of see now you see Anthony, the cost benefit of taking either wide receivers, tight end early, running back early. You should be able to get Dak. You should be able to get Dak super late with your last pick to go with your double stack. Oh, I didn't get Ingram there. So Ingram does go to the team who's going to try to double stack him with Knicks. I already have Fields. So I need a receiver. And I'm going to go Waddle, which is pretty sick. I think it's a good combo with Garrett Wilson. I'm going to go because Kobe Goat has to take 2 wide receivers with his next 2 picks. I'm going to go Jalen Waddle, and then I have to take a tight end. So that leaves me with I'll get Mason Taylor. And it's kind of weird. I have a double stack with Fields, Garrett Wilson, and Taylor. Or do I want to go Gesicki? And I don't really want to. Gesicki's been pretty bad. But any tight end can hit any given week, right? They just need the touchdown. The thing about taking Mason Taylor, I think I'm going to do it. He hasn't been much better. Okay, I think I might go Gesicki, which sounds crazy, but let me go Gesicki because if I'm betting on Garrett Wilson and Justin Fields to be the guys I need to hit, I want Justin Fields to score a rushing touchdown or put up a ton of yards. I want Garrett Wilson to score a touchdown or 2. And then what are the odds Mason Taylor's going to also score a touchdown if Garrett Wilson's getting them? I think the game environment, we are looking at it for Miami versus the Jets, like Miami does allow a lot of points. They've given up 11 touchdowns. They've allowed 32 points per game. I think I could have gotten there. Maybe I should have just taken Mason Taylor for a breakout game for him. At the same time, Denver, can I get something with Cincinnati to Denver in that game? What I'm trying to do is I don't want to like intentionally double stack Justin Fields, who's probably one of the worst quarterbacks to double stack. He doesn't throw a lot of passing volume. They score a lot on the ground. So let me play it through Garrett Wilson and then Justin Fields' legs. And let me just take a flyer on Mike Gesicki. I was trying to get Evan Ingram, but I think Mike Gesicki, he just needs to score a touchdown to be relevant for this one. Kind of a fun lineup. I go Fields, Jacobs, Javonte, Garrett Wilson, Waddle, Mike Gesicki. So the only team I didn't draft from in this one, I don't have a Denver Bronco. Let's see. Anthony went with Chase, Ferguson, Pickens, Harvey, Braylon Allen, and Prescott. So he gets a double stack with Ferguson and Pickens and Prescott. It's a fun way to play it. Counter narrative to the fact the Packers defense is good. The double stacked Dak with Ferguson with Pickens is probably pretty low owned. I would think people still try to do it, but it's a little low owned. Let's get right back into another primetime palooza. Let's go. Usually I get, a few of these in to get some different teams, get some different feels about how the draft boards go. And then once I've drafted a few teams at ADP where I just am building kind of teams I think are good, I'll start to scroll down a bit to get different and diversify and go down in the player pool so that I can actually try to win this thing. If I have a good team that's a good core, also has a nice scroll down that's lower owned, can be a key to winning these things. Hey, Jamie, is it on Twitter? I'll definitely check that out for the going for 2 live sit start. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, I see it. Got the DM. Appreciate you, my man. I'll try to catch y'all live, and then I'll shoot you a DM and let you know, if and when I can make it. But I'm thinking I can. I'm thinking I might be able to make it for a little bit. I'll probably go out in the back patio and go live and join you if I can. Didn't want the 1-1. Yeah, I got nice and blunt in here. Hey, there we go. Friends and family. We got Tommy Salami in the 3. I'm in the 2. Nice and blunt in the 1. Kobe Goat, who is just like ripping these drafts. I don't know if he's in here, but he's just ripping these drafts in the 4. So it's a very familiar room. Yeah, nice and blunt is a good dude. AZ 480, what's up? Traded Debo for Benson. Kind of feeling bad now. W or L? I'm on the Debo side. I'm not gonna lie. I love the Commanders' offense. I'm pretty bullish on Debo. McLaurin's out right now. That actually another factor plays into it. But Debo has standalone value on his own. And then Benson's gonna have better days. The Seattle Seahawks have not given up a rushing touchdown this season. And they're a pretty good defense, pretty good team. Benson will have better days. Connor's out for the season. I don't think you're ruined. I think you'll be just fine. Benson's going to get a lot of work. He's been pretty efficient. If they can use him more in the passing game, that'll be good for him too. So I'm going to go Jacobs here again. So I think you'll be fine. I mean, I like Debo better, but it's not the worst, especially if you needed a running back. Yeah, after we talked about Chase so much, you were defending Chase so much, you got to take him, right? I think so. Okay. People are excited about Rashee Rice because he was really, really good last year. And he's always been good when he's active and healthy. I get what you're saying about the injury, though. Kind of adds an unknown element into it. Do I want to go Sutton or do I want to go Tyreek? I'm going to go Sutton and see if Tyreek comes back around. I kind of just want to go Tyreek there. I think my gut tells me to take Tyreek Hill. We'll see if Nice and Blunt double stacks the Dolphins and does take Tyreek, which would be a pretty fun way to do it. Or if he goes another direction. If he does go Tyreek, I think I'm going to go for one of the elite tight ends here. But I go Jacobs and Sutton. Sutton's fine. I like Sutton. I mean, speaking of Sutton, if I drafted him, let's go ahead and throw up the Cortland Sutton graphic. All right, that's enough, Sutton. Go away. He's good. Cortland Sutton's good. He catches touchdowns. Oh, Kraft Love, very nice. Yeah, gets the stack in there. I think I want to go Tyreek Hill. Pickens is available, but I just don't love that matchup. Ferguson's there. I'm really tempted to go Ferguson actually too. I hate not getting the elite tight ends in this one. I can always get Waddle later. And there's just a chance like the room is, we'll see. I think I'm going to go Ferguson here before tight end dries up, considering Kraft just went. I like to play that. I mean, there's some scarcity to like the onesie position. So I'm probably looking to get Bo Nix. I might be able to take Sutton and get Franklin later and just do a really heavy Bo Nix stack. If I don't get a wide receiver, I like to come back around. There might be one more running back I can go with. Spoke too soon. Running back's gone. It's going to be receivers from here on out. Hard to pass up Justin Fields too. Even unstacked, Justin Fields is a great value. I would have taken Hill, but then it's Fields. I'm going to go Fields here. I was talking up getting Waddle or Golden. I might just I don't have to go Knicks now. If I do take Fields, I kind of wanted to scroll down for Franklin, but maybe I don't need to double stack. I feel like Fields is actually really valuable in this slate. I don't care. I'm not going to stack him. I'm going to miss out on a stack with Fields, but I don't really think I need it. Naked Fields, go for the rushing upside. I think Nice and Blunt needs some wide receivers. I left him some pretty good options there. He's got Waddle to pick from and Golden. I could always take T. Higgins, Romeo Dobbs on the other side of that. So I think I'll be good there. There's no more running backs that I really have to have. Ollie Gordon's pretty fun. Ollie Gordon does go ahead of Jalen Wright. I think someone was mentioning it earlier that it would be crazy if Jalen Wright went earlier. Jalen Wright's pretty undrafted. Obviously hasn't been healthy, hadn't really played yet. RJ Harvey's so interesting, but he's just not getting enough work. And Tyler Bidet is getting those receptions. It's crazy what's going on there. So Nice and Blunt goes Golden for his double stack with Kraft. You love it. He takes Ingram, so he's a big Ingram bull. He's also hogging the tight end from the room. He's bullying the room on tight ends, which is pretty fun. I will definitely 100% go Waddle here. Love that. Fields, Jacobs, Cortland Sutton, Waddle, and Jake Ferguson. It's nice. I have to take. I have the luxury pick. I can take a wide receiver, a running back, or a tight end with my last pick. Kobe Goat and Tommy Salami have to take tight ends here. It's pretty thin. We'll see what Anthony does. He unfortunately couldn't get access to Ingram with his Bo Nix, but let's see what he goes for tight end. So I'm going to be able to get T. Higgins. Do I want T. Higgins, who's been completely underwhelming, or do I want to go Romeo Dobbs, who has like one of the best matchups? He goes Gesicki. Gesicki's totally fine. It might sound crazy. I think I want to go Dobbs and have Josh Jacobs and Dobbs and bet on the Packers. Yeah. Dude, what's up with T. Higgins? I'm gonna start Romeo Dobbs over T. Higgins because it's a plus matchup against Dallas. We just saw Caleb Williams destroy Dallas's defense, put up 4 tuds, and I want Jordan Love to do something like that. But Dobbs just needs to catch 1 touchdown here to be relevant for my flex. So I think I could play it through that. And then maybe it's a big day for Josh Jacobs. Justin Fields gets a rushing touchdown, maybe puts up 40, 50, 60 yards. Could be nice on the ground. That's how I sell myself on that one. And then Nice and Blunt goes with Wicks, which I think is a good scroll down too. Another fun way to play the Packers. Triple stacked, all in on Dallas. Oh, did you get Turpin? I didn't even notice. Or no, you had Javante, I think. Yeah, what's up, Stroobs? Do you like Fields over May this week? I think so. It's a big plus matchup for Fields. And I don't think it's a bad matchup against Carolina for Drake May. I think Garrett Wilson's helpful for the limited passing game that Fields has, that he can be efficient. I think the Dolphins are just such a plus matchup in my mind that I really, really want to have a piece of that. So I would take Fields over May this week. I think I would. But I like May too. Praying Allen does something. Should have taken Ollie. Oh, yeah, for the last draft. Hell yeah. DN saying, all word from Rice Camp was that he looks the best receiver in the league. Yeah, this too. The coach speak has been insanely good on Rice. They still are really in on him. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is exactly kind of how I'm thinking about it. Very bullish on Rice. The suspension hurts a lot, though. Dallas playing from behind, they could be. Yeah, last one. Yeah, what's up, Carter? How we doing? Do I go Wentz, Mariota, or Gino this week? I'm pretty in on Mariota. We saw what he could do last week. 20 points for fantasy, the rushing upside, the rushing touchdown. He kept trying to run the ball. Yeah, I think he even fumbled once, but Gino's in a plus matchup. I still want to go with Mariota. And then Wentz is actually in a decent matchup too. Wentz could surprise. This could be a good Wentz game, but let's go Mariota. And I think we'll be okay. The thing that's concerning with Mariota, it's the Falcons, so it's technically a minus matchup, but I think his rushing upside gets me past that. But you kind of have 3 low options, but there are also 3 good options for this particular week. So you really can't go too wrong here. Going against Justin Jefferson, yeah, that doesn't really change my mind too much because Justin Jefferson could have 100 yards or 150 yards and a touchdown. And if Wentz only has so many more yards than that and doesn't have any other touchdowns, doesn't do anything on the ground, he actually doesn't really benefit you too much. Going live from 11:30 to 12:30 EST. Okay, gotcha. Perfect. Because for me, that'll be 10:30 to 11:30. That should be a good time. I think that can work. I might even be live from the gym. Doubtful. No, I won't be at the gym. I'll be done with the gym by then. I'll be back. I'll probably be in the backyard. I'm excited, man. I'm looking forward to it, Jamie. I'm definitely going to try to make it. I don't know if I can make the whole time, but I'll definitely pop in. I think I can definitely do it. Did not want the first pick. Yeah. Sometimes you don't want the first pick. Sometimes in these, the 4 spot can be really nice, or in the middle of the draft and things just like fall to you. Because then you're kind of playing the boundaries of like, who needs the onesie? Who needs the QB? And if you're on one side of the board, it can be hard to, yeah, going with the JETS. Let's go. Yeah, make sure you guys set your lineups before the 9 a.m. game. Don't forget about that game. Minnesota at Pittsburgh in Dublin, Ireland at 9 a.m. Eastern time. Peace, Jamie. Thanks for being here, my man. Thanks for the donos again. Gino to Trey Tucker on a suck Browns defense, LOL. On a Bear, you mean Bears defense, but yeah. Yes, sir. Hollywood or Tyquan Thornton? Honestly, I like Tyquan Thornton. I like the big playability. I like the touchdowns. Hollywood was good week 1. He's been so volume dependent, so hit or miss, unreliable. I like Thornton. I think Thornton's actually kind of fun. I think he still has value with Worthy there. I don't know how many snaps Worthy's going to play and how limited he's going to be. So let's see Thornton's been flying for them. He's been a good piece for them. They like Thornton too. Sutton stats last year, rookie QB. Oh, for sure. Yeah. I'm a Sutton guy for sure. I have a whole Cortland Sutton cutout right there. Cortland Sutton was Terry McLaurin minus a few touchdowns, and both were in a similar situation with rookie QBs and having like career years, same age. Cortland Sutton, I think he had the 2nd most air yards in the league last season. I'm in. Yes, exactly. The rookie gets comfy. Sutton does better. Sutton's fine. I think Sutton's good. Yeah, got him on Ingram. That one hurt, right? Sutton wheels up. People are saying I actually did the reason I have that Sutton cutout is I did a piece for Player Profiler in their draft guide. I did a little segment for them on Cortland Sutton, and that was back in like May or June, so I've forgotten half of it by now. But talked about Cortland Sutton was 2nd in the league in air yards. He had the connection with the rookie QB. Like I said, they didn't bring in a whole lot of competition. They brought in Evan Ingram. Year 2 step forward for Troy Franklin was something to consider, or Marvin Mims. I wasn't really worried too much about Pat Bryant, but I think Sutton's role is like very much the same and a lot of good things going forward. There we go. Love to see it. Yeah, Anthony's passing out. He's over on the East Coast. Yeah, I sniped nice and blunt on Dobbs. That's right. It's a good scroll down for you, though. Think of the bright side. Now you get a Wicks team that's going to be lower owned with like a double tight end, Ingram, Kraft, Golden, triple stack with Love, Achan from the one. I helped you out. I helped you scroll down there for some Wicks. Hey, appreciate you. Let's go Fields over May. Fields so valuable this week. Yeah, we're all excited about Fields. On the underdog monsoon going on there. Yeah, let's go Mariota. Mariota with McLaren and Noah Brown still out. Yeah, McLaurin out. Noah Brown, I don't know for sure. Carter. But I still like Mariota because he's getting there with his rushing upside. Rushing touchdown, rushing floor. Mariota's been really good in spot starts. The Commanders are just a good offense. And I think with Deebo Samuel, it's still got a good piece. Jalen Lane could be something, who knows? But I'm just in on his rushing upside. So yeah. Brock Bowers back to full health. I hope so. I think it's lingering a little bit, but the guy plays through it. He's a tank. He's got the right mindset. Jacob, how we doing, brother? Caleb Williams, Justin Fields. That's a good one. That's actually closer. I wouldn't fault you for going Justin Fields. I wouldn't fault you for going Caleb Williams. They're both in plus matchups. I think Justin Fields' matchup is actually like one of the best matchups of the week. Also, it's a Monday night game, so you get access to like one of the last players in the week to, what do you need for Monday night to win your matchup? Oh, I need 20 points from Justin Fields. Very fun to sweat out. I think Caleb just came off a career day against Dallas. I don't think it's going to be nearly as good against Las Vegas, but it still could be good. It's hard. That's a toss-up. I'm a slight lean on the momentum behind Caleb Williams. And, obviously Justin Fields coming back from a concussion. So I'm a slight lean there to Caleb Williams, but I think a lot of people would say Justin Fields. And you have two good choices. Yeah, number 4 is nice in the smaller drafts. All right. Yo, what's up, Sammy? How we doing? Jalen Warren or Javonte Williams? This is actually a great question. It's matchup dependent. They've both done well through the first 3 weeks, right? Cowboys averaging 4.5 rushing yards per attempt. Honestly, killing it on the ground. But the problem, the Green Bay Packers, pretty stingy defense, a really bad matchup for them on Sunday night. So I'm fading Cowboys. Jalen Warren and the Steelers against the Vikings, actually not the worst matchup. The Vikings they're fine to go up against for Jalen Warren for he's going to play through his receptions, through the run game. Give me Jalen Warren over Javonte. I think it's a slightly better matchup. A much better matchup. LK says, should I bench Njoku or Jake Ferg? Oh, do not bench Jake Ferguson. Yeah, you have Jake Ferguson's like the most elite tight end in the league right now. Appreciate you, James. Thank you for being here. Hey, what's up? Tyler Sperry's back. Thank you for the dono. I caught it quick this time. How we doing, Tyler? Tyler, you're too kind, my man. Too kind. Thank you again for all the donos tonight. Super appreciated. And you're so nice, my man. Another one came through. He's saying Turtle Tucker or DeSente Smith, which I means Trey Tucker or Devontae Smith. He then replies, another $2 dono. My man. This guy's killing it. With Try, Tuckinger, or Devontae Smith. Yeah, give me Devontae Smith. I think the Eagles do pass a little bit more against the Bucs. The Bucs are kind of a run stop defense. They're easier to throw against. They're harder to run against. I think that makes sense. I think it's their linebackers. I think it's their secondary, apparently. But what I do know is I think the Eagles are going to have to pass it a little bit more here. I like Devontae Smith. I mean, the dude, we know he's a killer. He's a Heisman winner. He can get it done. I feel like if we start Trey Tucker, we're kind of chasing his career best game, which happened last week. And I don't think we're going to get that every week, obviously. I think Trey Tucker's fine as a flex start, but if you have Devontae Smith, you have a better option. Go with Devontae Smith. That's my gut. That's what I would do. That's what I want to be at. But yeah, Turtle Tucker had a great week. Let's go with Devontae Smith. Appreciate you, my man. Thank you for all the donos tonight. Always appreciated, never required, and great vibes, great questions, having fun. Hope you're having a great Saturday night. And a good weekend, my man. Tyler Sperry, GOAT. Thank you again for the donos. Let's bounce back up here. Let's see. Yeah. Player Profiler is great. Yeah. I've been following Player Profiler pretty religiously since I think it was 2018. And I started getting into Dynasty. I found Matt Kelly and his podcast, and huge fan of all of those guys ever since. It's been tougher. I don't listen as much as I used to the podcast side of it, but I use the website a ton, and I follow the guys on Twitter, interact with them, and have fun there. Yeah, I made you more unique. Exactly, right? There we go. Yeah. That's just, that's what it is. That's the way to think of it, right? Should we do more drafts? I think yes. I think we should do more drafts. A few more. At least one more, if not a few more. And then, yeah, if y'all don't know, too, if y'all are new to the channel, if y'all haven't seen, Nice and Blunt has a sweet fantasy football channel as well. He's putting out a ton of content. I was actually scrolling through your channel earlier today. I was seeing what you're up to. You put out a ton of videos and a bunch of YouTube polls, get everyone ready for their weekly matchups. So shout out to Nice and Blunt. If you guys, for some reason, don't already know, make sure you check out his content as well. We have a lot of awesome people in this community. Super sharp people. Not only all of you guys asking great questions, but a lot of awesome content creators who will pop in or hang out every once in a while and hang out in the chat. So, not only to get to ask me questions, but there's a lot of really sharp people in the channel's chat that like to hang out here and answer your questions too, as you guys have seen tonight. Who Hames was in here, Hartman was in here. We got Jamie, we got Nice and Blunt, to name a few. And you never know who's going to stop in. So another reason to be subscribed to the channel. Come hang out. Ask some questions. Streetlights came on. Mrs. Make Me Come Inside. It's a pleasure, fellas. See you tomorrow. Good luck. Good luck, everybody. Thanks, Anthony. Nice to meet you, man. Have a great night. Thank you. Yeah, Tyler Sperry is the dude. Placement over Tucker. Appreciate you. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, 2018 was, yeah, that's when I started to go hard into Dynasty, was about 2018, for sure. That's so funny. Yeah. The good old days, Pro Profiler days, the podcast, everything. Classic Matt Kelly. Brees and Scattaboo. Maddie says Brees and Scattaboo for Benson and BTJ. Dang, that's actually kind of tough. Give me Brees and Scattaboo, especially if it's PPR. I think you can buy low on BTJ. I don't want to get rid of Brees. I don't want to get rid of Scattaboo. I mean, he's wheels up, going to the moon. I'm not a huge believer in Benson. I'll tell you that, though. So I see both Brees and Scattaboo as better options than Benson going forward. Call me crazy. There's going to be better weeks for Benson ahead too. He's going to have some good weeks. Brian Thomas Jr. I think is pretty valuable. I think I slightly want Brees ahead of him right now, but I could be wrong. Hell yeah. All right, here we go. One more draft. Good comps. That's so funny. Okay, one more draft. Let's get it. We're doing a primetime palooza on Underdog. We're scrolling over. They've been kind of hard to fill. It closes tomorrow, so there should be some. It looks like there should be some layovers, whatever it's called. It won't technically fill all the way, so it's kind of a plus EV situation to be in. If it fills like 80%, well, essentially you get a free rake. We got nice and blunt in the spot he doesn't want to be in. Kobe Goat is definitely maxing this or something because he's been in every single draft. Cowboy in the 3, me in the 4. I like the 4, so this will be fun. Hey, Jamie with the $1 dono, my man. Appreciate you. Thank you as always. Thanks for being here. Hope you're having a really good weekend, man. I'm excited to talk some ball with you guys tomorrow on the show, and yeah, man, it's gonna be hype. I'm really excited for this week 4 slate. I was talking with Justin Bruni and Andrew Robb on the Fanspeak Network on Wednesday night, and we went over as much as we could every game in the main slate, and like really tried to get into it. We drafted a few battle royale teams on Underdog, had some fun there. Kind of the big revelation was around tight end. Like, where do you go for tight end this week on your like daily draft teams? We did a couple Hunter Henry. We did a couple Dalton Kincaid. We did some Juwan Johnson. I think there's so many good running backs was part of the problem. A lot of good wide receiver. I mean, there's always good wide receivers too, it seems like. But appreciate the $1 dono, man. Appreciate you being here, the kind words in the chat, and looking forward to cutting it up, talking some ball tomorrow. We'll get after it. Yeah, it might. You're probably right about that because I was thinking that too. Let me go. I think Dobbins in a smash spot, and then I just can't pass up on Chase. So I'm going to build another Dobbins Chase team. I already have one. I ended up on that one. I'm going to flip over to my draft real quick on the completed. For this one, I just did Dobbins, Chase, Tyreek Hill with Tua, Dobbs, and Ferguson was the team I just did, right? So Dobbins, Chase, and then Tyreek, Tua, Ferguson. So let's do a slightly different team than that, at least. Probably not. I mean, maybe I will. I would expect I might not be able to get Tyreek Hill again anyways. It could fill. I wonder how fast it's going to fill though. But you're probably right. People get pretty anxious after the main slate ones have filled up, and there's always that big long pause between noon or 1 Eastern time in the Sunday night kickoff. So I do feel like it could fill, but there might be a little overlay. What did I say? Layover the first time? Hell yeah. Yeah, Bruni's the man. Bruni is holding it down. Hell yeah. Yeah, I love those guys. They're super fun to talk to. And they're big underdog drafters as well. So always see them in the streets. Okay. Tyreek Hill is gone. Chase Brown is there. I do want to go Ferguson. Or do I go Kraft and Love? I can get different. I have a Ferguson one. I'll go Kraft and Love. I'll play it through Kraft and Love, which seems like a nice way to do it to avoid having to go Browning. And then Love is easy to double stack, and you can do it with the last pick in the draft kind of thing, whether you get Golden, Dobbs, Wicks. So I'm gonna just switch it up, go Kraft and Love. I'm not crazy about Chase Brown, and so I have Dobbins. I can anchor down on one running back. I can just take 2 wide receivers to finish this thing out. I could scroll a bit. I could end up taking Franklin. I think it'd be a good scroll. I don't think it gets drafted a ton. Other scroll plays that I had like thought up earlier would be, yeah, Franklin or Washington or Turpin. I'm on the clock with my last 2 picks. T. Higgins is there. I almost just feel like I take Romeo Dobbs and T. Higgins for the double stack. But then I have Higgins and Chase. That feels a little bit weird. I'll scroll down for Franklin, Dobbs, and then Franklin. Or do I want in Washington? Tolbert. Washington going super undrafted is kind of appealing. They want to get him more involved. He hasn't scored yet, though. He's had some rushing upside. Hadn't caught a whole lot of balls. I'm just going to go Troy Franklin here. I'm slightly avoiding T. Higgins. Just the vibes are kind of bad, but I say that and have a breakout game. Troy Franklin's going to be my scroll down. He doesn't get drafted every time. He does get drafted, though. Maybe he just needs one big breakaway run, or sorry, pass. But at the same time, I mean, if this offensive line can't block for shit, then maybe he never gets open downfield. Crazy to let T. Higgins go to the last pick, but that's kind of where T. Higgins is. He's like borderline undrafted in this thing. We'll see if Nice and Blunt goes after him. Yeah, Kraft is in a good spot, I think, for sure. They should be able to take advantage of this Dallas defense, right? Gotcha. Goes Harvey. That's a fun pick. Harvey with Ingram, Golden, Fields, Pickens, Brees Hall. So kind of a jet stack with Brees and Fields. I was between taking Franklin or Malik Washington as a scroll down pick. Like I said, I drafted a few teams at ADP and then or around it, and then now I'm going to scroll down a little bit on some of these teams. So I end up with a double stack. I have Love, Kraft, Dobbs, Franklin, a team stack with Dobbins, and then also playing against Jamar Chase. So I really only have 3 teams drafted out of the 6, and I'm only in 2 of these games where I'm really in the Broncos and Cincinnati game, and I'm in the Packers side of that matchup. So I'm essentially avoiding the Dolphins and the Jets, which actually feels kind of bad because I feel like that can be more of a shootout type of game. Let's do one more. I'm going to do one more draft, and then I'm going to call tonight. But yeah, this has been super fun. Appreciate you all being here. The questions, everything. Having a great stream, a great night, and a super fun weekend. Just watching some Ryder Cup, some college football, drafting some teams, setting lineups, all the good stuff. Don't forget to set your lineups. Hopefully, you've helped a little bit tonight with all the questions and everything. Just couldn't grab Higgins, but feels crazy to let him go. Dude, I know. The vibes are so bad with Higgins right now. You saw what Jamar Chase was tweeting at him, right? Or like quoted, and I saw it on Twitter. Just telling T. Higgins to go ask for the ball. Kind of wild. I'm benching T. Higgins in my home league for essentially Trey Tucker and Darnell Mooney and Rashid Shaheed. I don't know if that's stupid. Maybe I should just start Trey Tucker or start T. Higgins over one of those guys, but I don't know what to do. This is a perfect time to be drafting Super Plus EV for us. All right, one more to fill. I think we can fill this one. I know that what's his name's going to be in here. The guy that's been in every draft. I'll see it. I'll know it when I see it. Let's go back to the data. I'll wait on this thing to fill. So, of these teams in the 3-game slate, they're all averaging 22 points a game, 7 touchdowns. But the opponents of the Jets are averaging 31 points and 8 touchdowns, a lot of field goals. The opponents of the Dolphins are averaging 32 points with 11 touchdowns, so not a lot of field goals, but a lot of touchdowns. So we want to have some Jets this week. We need Jets is a pretty clear answer. Similar, Dallas, their opponents have averaged 31 points, 11 touchdowns. Green Bay's only given up 15 points and 4 touchdowns, so super avoid Dallas pieces in this one, it seems. Except for Ferguson. I think Ferguson's hard to avoid. Should be bad for Javonte, maybe even bad for Pickens. Hard to scroll down on the Dallas pieces, but that also could be a way to go just to get different, probably the more low-owned pieces with like Tolbert. Cincinnati's given up 30 points to their opponents and 10 touchdowns. They're a target. Denver's an avoid. They're giving up 21 points and 4 touchdowns, kind of like Green Bay, but not as extreme. So targeting Green Bay weapons, Denver's weapons, and then either of the Jets or the Dolphins with emphasis on the Jets. Kind of how I want to play that. And that's just looking at the straight up points per game, touchdowns, what the teams have scored, what the opponents are giving up, what they're giving up to their opponents. Easy stuff. Hell yeah. Yeah, shout out to Jade Barron. Big fan. Definitely get some respect. But yeah, it is the matchup that won people championships. And what's crazy is we just did a draft and we didn't see T. Higgins or Marvin Mims get drafted. That just tells you how far removed we are from week 17 of 2024. We're in week 4 of 2025. It's a whole new world. Tons of different stuff going on. It's crazy. It's hard to believe, man. Much better than Riley Moss. Definitely. Waiting on one person to fill a primetime palooza in the middle of the night. I think we can get there. Let's see. What else can we get into? Let's get into more data. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Maybe even some more so we can kind of see all the fields. Whoop. Okay. So what I want to focus on here is, not a huge focus, but like, what are teams giving up? What are they getting? The Jets, they're getting a decent amount of their first downs through running the ball. That's pretty obvious, but that's a slight plus to drafting, their running backs, and also Justin Fields gets some of that. But what they're giving up much more passing first downs. So that's a slight bonus to the Miami passing attack, but that also can be played through Devin Achane, right? Miami's not really running for a lot of first downs, which is kind of interesting. They're giving up, I'd say, both. Yo, what's up, Jordany, Barbin? How we doing tonight? Hope you're having a good one. Should I trade Genty? And waiting on one more for this primetime palooza on Underdog. Should I trade Genty and Jamison Williams for Worthy, DK, and Quinshon Judkins? Maybe. Honestly, maybe. At first, I was like, I don't know about that. But Genty for Quinshon Judkins? Oh, no, I read it wrong. It's Quentin Johnston. This completely comes down to team need. Because I'm assuming you took Ashton Genty as your top running back. So who are your other running backs? Did you hit on someone else? Hey, yeah, Kobe Goat still in here. Nice and Blunt still in here. He said one more draft. We got him for 2. We snuck one in. But it really depends on who are your other running backs, right? Because if you're getting rid of Genty, you're giving up on him. You're kind of selling low. Do you need Worthy, DK, and Quentin Johnston? How many other receivers do you have that you can't start? Because if one of DK or Quentin Johnston is going to be in your flex or on your bench, I feel like I don't know if I want to give up a running back for that, but I like Worthy. I'm just not excited that he's been injured. I don't know how effective he's going to be this season, so I'm very skeptical. But I think DK and Quentin Johnston are both pretty nice. Quentin Johnston's obviously crushing it, and then playing with Aaron Rodgers adds a little bit of a bonus for his touchdown upside for DK, even though I'm a slight fade on the Steelers in general. So when I do this trade, it comes down to what you need at running back, honestly. And then how many of these guys are going to be able to start. Because if you're like benching Worthy and DK and you're just starting Quentin Johnston, but you're trading Genty and Jameson, who you're currently starting, I feel like that's kind of diluting your team a little bit. Yo, what's up, Perla? How we doing? Do you think the BR is going to fill? I was looking at that. Let me go ahead and take Chase and Breece Hall here. What did I do? Boom, Chase and Breece Hall. I was looking at the draft, the BR. It's I think it will fill in the morning. It's 76% filled. It's actually a long way to go. I think it'll get close to like 90, 95, or even 100% in the morning because it doesn't have to wait for it doesn't close with the early game. It closes at the 1 p.m. time. So I think it'll be fine. I think it will. I don't think it'll overlay necessarily. If it does, it'll overlay a little bit, maybe help with some of that rake. What do you think, Perla? Do you think it's gonna close? Bengals give up 2 tight ends touchdowns to Minnesota last week. Oh, that's true. 1 to Oliver, 1 to Hawkinson, right? Average 60 yards a game to the position through 3 games. Top 5 matchup for Ingram. He's a full practice Friday. Peyton gives an extra day to prepare. That's an interesting point. There's a lot of good data, a lot of good points while you're in on him. Should we also be drafting Troutman then? Just like honestly, not being maybe not in this format. Maybe it's a scroll down, but Troutman getting a little bit of work, or is that more of like a function of Ingram being injured? I'm not 100% sure, but I know they've been using Troutman a little bit too. Tight end, such a toss up. It's just like you really just need a touchdown to hit, right? So I just did a team with Kraft and Love. Breece Hall and Fields on this side of the board feels kind of fun. But I still want Kraft. So let me go Fields and Kraft. And just take down these Dolphins. Leave Love out there. Even though Love has like the best matchup for a QB this week against Dallas defense that Caleb Williams just shredded for 4 touchdowns. Let's just go Justin Fields against Miami, another plus matchup that could be fun, and hope that he can do it with the legs. I got a Quinshon Judkins, Josh Jacobs, and Chase Brown. I like that. I mean, Chase Brown's been underwhelming, but I like that. I'm pretty big on Josh Jacobs, and then Quinshon Judkins, I'm big on him too, and he's looking good now that he's not suspended. Hey, I appreciate you being here. Thanks. Yeah, this is true too. But I was, play action, roll out in the flat, catch a touchdown, hit the lineup. Oh my gosh, I got my last 2 picks. I need a receiver and then a flex. I'm gonna do some scrolling. Well, I took Franklin again. Maybe I should have gone. Dang, no, I should have taken Jalen Tolbert. Should have taken Malik Washington. I should have taken Malik Washington. I forgot what I was doing for a second there. I actually wanted Malik Washington. And then do I just take T. Higgins? I don't think I can. I think Dobbs and Kraft can still get it. They can both still catch a touchdown. And then Fields can still technically outscore Jordan Love. This is very similar to the team I just drafted, I think, except instead of Love and Dobbins, I have Fields and Breece. So it's kind of a different fun way to do it. Because I just did a team that was... I gotta refresh. I just did that team that was... this one. Love, Dobbins, Chase, Dobbs, Franklin, Tucker, Kraft. The new team I did is the exact same kind of core with these 4 players, but then I have Brees and Fields. So I actually kind of like that I did that, because if I'm going to make some consolidated bets around a few different players, having a different version of it's kind of fun. Let me refresh. I think that draft is done. It might still be going. I don't know if it's in this. Here it is. Here's the last team. The Fields one. Nope, that's a different Fields one. Here it is. I guess I can't. I always thought I could view the draft after it was done, but I guess I can't. I was going to check out how the draft ended. I guess I can't view it. It's not like the regular season long where you can review your draft board, I guess. I don't know why. Maybe you can do it from the phone app. I don't know. 2 linemen are injured for Green Bay. Yeah, Tom is out, right? Is it Tom? I don't know if I saw the latest report, but I had heard some things about Tom maybe being out, questionable. Oh, yeah. West Coaster. So what happens is they don't change the prize pool because it's a guaranteed prize pool. What they do is they pay out more teams. So to keep it simple, if it was a 10-team tournament and only 7 teams entered, then maybe that's not a good example. Well, and they pay out the top 8, then everyone's guaranteed money if you're in the tops, if you only 7 entered, whatever. Like if the 2 losers were 9 and 10 and they're out of it, like, so it just essentially, as a terrible example, actually, more money to the top, like more money goes, more people make it to the, it's still a terrible example. More people make it to the final, like more people make it to the pay, the range of getting paid. Less competition. There's less competition for the same amount of money. That's how simple it is. And so like the rake is like 11% to, it ranges, but it's around 11%. If it filled at 89%, essentially underdog would pay their own rake because that's kind of how it works. You sniped me on Franklin. Oh, that's my bad. Did you scroll down for Mims or Pat Bryant? Because that'd be crazy. And Dobbs, brutal. Hey, you should know. I like the Dobbs. I think he's a good bet to catch a touchdown. I would take Romeo Dobbs anytime touchdown in that game. Maybe even first touchdown score. Definitely Josh Jacobs anytime touchdown or first touchdown scored. And then Franklin, that's my bad. I didn't mean to take Franklin. Honestly, I should have scrolled down for Malik Washington. I just forgot what I was doing. Mims not playing. I hadn't heard that. Is that a thing? I need to catch up on all of the who's in, who's out stuff. I didn't look at a ton of that injury news today. But yeah. Yeah, peace, Jamie. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Going for 2 sit start show. Tomorrow, 11:30 to 12:30 Eastern time. I'm gonna join them for a bit. It's gonna be a fun time. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for the donos again. Tom is out and Banks is doubtful. That's what I saw. Oh yeah, I knew Tom I thought was out. Yeah, this is essentially, been live for 5 hours and can't speak because it's 2 a.m. But yeah, better chance of getting paid, less competition. You got T. Higgins? Okay. I mean, hey, honestly, probably the best pick on the board in the last pick. And essentially, if he's going low owned because he's not getting drafted sometimes, that's just crazy. It's crazy. I'll probably do some more primetime paloozas in the morning during the other games because it closes like before the Sunday night game. But that is going to be it for tonight. thank you all for joining. Thanks for hanging the Q&A, the drafts, to Jamie, to for the donos, to Tyler Sperry for the donos, and everyone for chilling, for the new subs, for all of the likes. I appreciate y'all. Hope you have a great Sunday morning getting ready for these games. Hey, come hang out with me and Jamie. We're going to do a little sit-start show tomorrow morning, like he was saying, on the Going for Two show. So look forward to that. I'll definitely tweet it out. Follow me on Twitter at FFB Garage. Yeah. Hey, you're still here. Going hard. Keep going. Hey, appreciate y'all. Yeah. 5 hours, nothing. Lightweight, baby. We're getting after it. It's football season. It's prime time. We're having fun. It's Saturday night. What else would I be doing? Sleeping for the week. It's only one football season. I'm pretty pumped about the Ryder Cup too. I'm about to go watch Ryder Cup highlights and fall asleep, even though I watch the Ryder Cup practically most of the day, chilling with the kids. So I'll catch y'all in another one real soon. Thanks for being here. Peace out.